So, all right. So here you can see the storage deck upgrades.
What?
Holy cow, what's going on? Your reply to the latest post has a typo in the URL. Your reply to your, oh, on my Twitter. On my tweeter. Thank you. Oh, wow, yeah. Try this one. All right. There we go. That's what happens when you try to do things fast. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, I'll leave it there. Let people see my stupidity. I don't care. All right, anyhow. So SDUs are different than they were before. You no longer pay money, you pay whatever this currency is. I don't really understand this currency yet, but I don't know. Yeah, so hold on. Yeah, so it'll tell you what the upgrade cost is for the next one. It tells you what your current capacity is, and it tells you how much you get. That's the usual stuff, and it shows you how many total upgrades there are. I like that feature too, so you can see how many there's going to be. As you can see, lost loot is back. That's good. Your bank is back as well. So currently it looks like your bank by default only has 25 slots. Ay, 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 bro. I don't know about this, dude. Okay, like, hold on. I didn't notice that when I was doing my video first. Holy crap. Lost loot's only 6 by default. Yo, what's up, Flight 602? Yeah, this is early Borderlands 4 look. I'm not playing it live here in my house. This was for my trip to San Francisco, guys. You saw something online about how Borderlands 4 has a $150 bundle that doesn't even include the actual game. You're probably thinking of the collector's edition, Admiral Soup, which has like a bunch of collectible stuff in it. Now the customization's pretty cool. Like there's a lot of heads to unlock. Does it say how to unlock them? Unlocked from completing a mission, according to this one. I think a lot of them are going to be unlocked by completing missions. So it looks like to me, since most of these say unlocked from completing a mission, that they finally heard us about like cosmetics on the ground being mixed in with all the rest of the loot, and they've just like put the cosmetics on missions, or at least that's what I'm hoping, right? Because aren't we all tired of like having cosmetics drop on the ground and then you have to like try and figure out if you already have it or whatever? It's crazy. Let me see.
Bonafide badass.
Morning at Key 11 6 and chat.
Choo choo. Yo, thank you guys for this hype train, man. Yo, Gamecock, thank you for tier 2 84 months. Dirt Diver, thank you for 52 months. Zanigo, thank you for 63 months. Fallen Bob, enjoy that gift sub. Mal Havoc, thank you for 2 months. Your Statistics, thank you for 59 months. Extreme 36 months. TK, man, thank you for 31 months. Woo! All right. There's some really good cosmetics, though. Like, there's some really good ones. And then there's some really crazy ones. This one's got the googly eyes. An oven mitt. Sock puppet. I don't know. I don't know. It says it's threshy. So, hold on. Let's go back slightly. A little too slightly. All right, let's see. Yeah. Oh, this one says unlocked from completing a challenge. Okay, so that's another way that you can get cosmetics is from a challenge. And this one's from completing a mission. I'm hoping this one means that Terramorphous is back, and when we kill Terramorphous, we get this. Because this kind of looks like Terramorphous loot, right? Like you got you got a sock puppet, an oven mitt. That's basically Terramorphous loot. Maybe it's the son of Terramorphous that we kill. And this one's from completing a mission, and it's called Criminal Enterprise. So yeah, a lot of really cool stuff there. You can also customize your Echo 4, so you don't have to like just look at the default on him all the time. I was having a hell of a time with the Xbox controller, by the way. I don't know if you can see that from for me trying to do this stuff. Yeah, and you can do your customization of collars and stuff like that. You can change the frame of your Echo 4 as well to make your Echo 4 look different. I like this one a lot. Just says Sicko 4. It doesn't tell you how to unlock those, so I'm not sure how those are unlocked. Now it does tell you how to unlock. You got various challenges, and you can unlock paint jobs too. What up, Epic? How you doing, man? Listen, that makes challenges worth doing. Exactly. Makes challenges worth doing and makes side missions worth doing because you get cosmetics and stuff. I actually like that. Oh, man. All right, K6, if you can show this, does that mean you can tell us how it felt to play? Absolutely. Yeah, actually, my newest video, right here, if you want to check this out while we're looking at cosmetics, then you can see my actual hands-on impressions. But I'm going to show you guys, and we're going to talk about it as well. Here we look at some different items, some different weapons. So you can actually see like the alt fire and stuff like that. It shows accuracy, fire rate, all that in like a completely different way. I kind of like this more compact style with just like an icon that says those words versus the other style that we've had before. That said, I'm not a fan of like the actual menu UI in the other area, but we'll get into that. Designer, add unlock method text. Oh, okay. So listen, it was an early build. So there's going to be some stuff like this. Okay. Oh man. Oh crap. So so let me tell you guys one thing that they told me, because we actually got to talk to several developers after we played, and we were able to tell them the things that we had concerns about, the things that we liked, the things that we thought could be improved on, things that we thought were missing. And one of the things that they told us right off the bat was the version we were playing was already 1 month old, and that was a month ago at this point. So at this point, this is a 2-month-old build, if not older. I'm not entirely sure, but I know that at this point, they're at the point where they're actually, refining things better. The freaking map is gorgeous, by the way. The freaking map is huge too, dude. Like, I can't even imagine like what all is going to be hidden in various maps. But like, this is like the first starting area that they dropped us in. They gave us a level 5 character and they dropped us in on one of the first maps. There's no big spoilers in any of this footage. I like the UI here. I think this is fine. I'm not sure about this over here as much though. I don't know if I like this, but I do like this over here. I like the skills, the way they're shown, and I definitely like having level 5 with the XP bar that goes around it instead of having it like a big line on my screen. Then we got the compass up here, which you'll see a lot. You've got your current mission pops up over here. No mini map. I will keep fighting for a mini map. And you'll see why I think the mini map's important here in a minute too. Yo, Fireman, thank you for 43 months. How's the legendary drops? Okay, we'll talk about that too here in a moment. Let's go ahead and show some footage. Okay,
use the fish for cover.
Another thing.
4 more months
Steam Gray.
until the funny number.
Thank you, buddy.
And here's for the mini map fund, also the mini map therapy.
Can you start from the beginning?
XD.
Is the game still spying on you? Well, it never was. So it never was. So you don't got to worry about that. That's been completely disproven. All right. So another thing, I was on an Xbox controller. I don't use Xbox controllers. I use PlayStation 4 controllers. This is what I'm used to, right? Thumbsticks here, D-pad up here. And this is important because the D-pad is crucial for this game for your healing. So I was super not used to that and super not comfortable with that at first. There's a bunch of different audio settings and stuff like that and controls, but let's get past all that. Let's get into some actual gameplay. All right, so I adjusted my sensitivity, and it took me a while to like find the sensitivity that felt right to me. Ultimately, I think it was like 1.4 felt about right for me. So at 1.4 sensitivity, it felt close to my 10 sensitivity on Borderlands 3. Here's gliding. We got gliding, boys. Do you guys want to be able to hear? Do you tell me if you guys want this? Do you guys want me to mute the music and turn up the game volume so you guys can hear the game sounds and stuff? I can do that. Yes, please. Gotcha. All right. All right, let's see how this sounds. Let me know if this is too loud. How's that sound? Should I go louder? You guys want it louder or it's good? Okay, all right. So we got sliding, we got gliding, we got mantling still yet, we got grappling. We got double jump, dash. There's my double jump, and then I glide.
Claptrap was worried for nothing.
Now, keep an eye on that compass up top too, especially once we get into combat. I want you guys to see why I'm so concerned about a lack of a mini-map. You see the controller bar now? Yeah, so all of this, and if I'm in the way of anything here, let me know about that as well. I tried to make sure that I was in a spot that's not in the way of any of this stuff, but let me know. I can absolutely minimize my monitor or my camera. I don't know how I feel about this. You know what I mean? This, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. Like, it just feels kind of unnecessary, but I don't know. How does the controller bar work on PC? Yeah, that I have no idea. Jolts' footage would probably have that. I don't know if he had to use a D-pad, if he had to use a controller or not. If he was on mouse and keyboard, you should be able to see it on there. Just move your face to the middle of the screen to increase the size a lot. I can do that here. Might be a little thing, but I like you to see how many seconds reload. Oh, okay, yeah. So you will see some reloads. You will also see one of my. Okay, so here's Echo. Was it Echo 4 and his little line thing that he puts out, so you can see where it tells you that it wants you to go. It doesn't stay up forever, which is good. So like you can put it up and then gives you like an idea of which way to go. There was a quick reload right there. Did you see it? There'll be more. Don't worry. There'll be more reloads. Some interesting chests in this game as well. I kept on looking at everything thinking, all right, is that a chest? I don't know yet. You know what I mean? There is some cool lighting effects too. Like when you go indoors and then you come out, like you can see like the lighting change a little bit. All right. So right here, I'm like trying to get a feel for the compass. You know, it takes a little while to get used to like a new system. What's up, Pascaroni? Here we do a little bit more double jump and then right here we do a little glide, and then down here we're gonna get some swimming in. So just a little brief swim right there. Me checking that thing out. Here's a little bit of swimming. I tried to dive under the water. You can't really go underwater. That was as much underwater as you get. Is when you jump in, you go underwater for a second. And then we got to mantle over here. Mantle is on your melee button, or at least it was for me. You can change all these keybinds, but it was on the melee button. So I can imagine if you're doing like a melee build that you might accidentally mantle at some point. That could be a problem. I don't know. Chris, thank you for 56 months. Zero Humor says, is interact with me green not used? Interact with me green? Say what now? Got a feeling Borderlands 4 will be as bad or worse than Borderlands 3 when it comes to stupid and pointless LGBTQ story arcs. Any info on that? Mike, I don't know what to tell you. Do you just not like humans? Like, we come in all shapes and sizes, all different races, religions, creeds, sexualities. If you want to be hateful of other people who love who they love, then fuck you. Okay? I'm just going to say it. Fuck you. Have a good one. So it took me a little while. Okay, I want you guys to know about I'm sorry that I keep pausing it. I will let it play in like considerable duration at some point here, but I just really want to reiterate, I suck with an Xbox controller. Okay? I suck with an Xbox controller. I suck with it. I'm just being completely honest with you. And I got so excited about the gameplay and just like shooting things and like exploring and like looking around. I forgot to use my action skill for a while. You'll see the action skill get used, but I forgot about it for a while, okay? Look at the accuracy, boys. Look at the accuracy. And you can see my pet, Trouble, in the middle of the screen doing some work for us.
Use the fish for cover.
6 love, 6 love, 6 love.
Lubel, thank you so much, Lubel. Appreciate you. All right, so, all right, I want to show something here too. All right, this is how the compass displays enemies. This doesn't give you a lot of information. Like if they're behind you, I don't know that it tells you that they're behind you. I think this white line above the red dot means that they're above you. And I believe that no white line above or below means they're on the same plane as you, which means this should be the bad guy here. It is. Okay. All right. So that'll take a while to get used to, I think. Yeah, I tried to like hit the barrel and then kill that guy with it, and I missed. I couldn't hit the barrel in time. All right, okay. This is how you heal in this game. It's on your D-pad. See this icon right here? It's left D-pad to heal. So let me go back so you guys can see this again. I wasn't even like injured that much, but I was like, all right, I want to utilize this thing. There you go. Now you can see that you get like some other bonuses when you heal, even if you don't need healing too. Yes, enemies when you kill them drop health. Health right there. See it? When you kill an enemy, they drop health. So as long as you're killing stuff, you should be able to stay alive. Here I am. I'm like, I missed the barrel. I missed the barrel, dude. And then I should have grappled it. Don't worry, you'll see some cool stuff with the barrels here in a little bit. Trust me. You gotta kind of get in the habit of running across where you've killed enemies so you can pick up healing. All right, check this guy out. So I don't know how well you guys can see this text here. You probably can't see it very well, but it says corrosive badass eradication armature. And then underneath of his name, it says strong. You see the word strong? Those are modifiers. I'm not sure exactly what strong means, but you're going to see other modifiers later. I'm going to say this. I hate modifiers in Borderlands 1. I hate modifiers in Borderlands 2, aka slag, right? That's a modifier. I don't care what you say, it's a modifier. I hate modifiers in Borderlands 3. I actually liked them in the pre-sequel because they were done pretty well. But so far, the modifiers that I've encountered in Borderlands 4 just kind of give an enemy like a little bit of a twist. I don't know how bad they're going to be yet. There's a couple that we encountered during the playthrough that Gearbox says we know about that one. We're working on fixing that. One of them is called Singularity, or actually, I don't remember if it was called Singularity, but it does a singularity when you kill the enemy. So when you kill the enemy, it like sucks you in, Terramorphous style, like pulls you in and then kills you. And that one sucks. You don't want that one. So if you saw that one, you would want to kill that enemy from a distance. But the way that it was coded in the early build of the game, like 2 months ago, version of the game, it was too strong. And it would basically, if you killed an enemy and you're way too close to them when they died, you just dead. But yeah, you can see he's a little bit tankier than the other enemies. So I think strong just means that maybe it's double health. I'm not sure. That's one of those things that we'll figure out as we play the games a little bit more. Man, my stupid aim. I was trying to also test and see what weapons I had. I hadn't really checked out my weapons before I started. This gun was really good. So then I just started picking up everything. It does also tell you when you pick up various ammo types as well. Just a little quick little thing there for you. And it shows you when you pick up a weapon type as well. Like right here, look at the look at the compass right now, man. So there's like vendors. This way's north. There's an enemy here. This indicates that there's an enemy off to my side, maybe. I'm not sure. And then there's some mystery thing up here, and then there's something behind it that I can't see. Oh, now it's in front of it. It's like a chest or something. So I think when you get close to like chests and other things like that, it'll show you that. Sorry about that glitch. That was actually on my end, not in the actual gameplay. No, I'm going to show the skill trees after we show the footage. No dialogue skip that I could see. Thanos, yeah, he did have a bit of a Thanos vibe to him.
Secret weapon? I don't like the sound of that. I've worked way too hard on my physique to have it turned into goo. At least we're safe for now. Thanks to you. Come on down to the bunker.
Yo, Ron Burgundy, thank you for the follow.
I'll make sure the door's unlocked.
Gotta save some gameplay for this weekend. Cheers. All good, Pascaroni. Have a good one, man. Yeah, there's no actual spoilers. This is like a really early mission. Think of this as like, you know, Captain Flint level mission. You know what I mean? It's like really early on.
Most of us are just mechanics, ranchers, food growers, or we used to be. Now we're soldiers.
See, this is for me, this is one of those situations where the compass doesn't help you at all. So this is we're inside of a building and it's multi-floored, right? There's like several levels to this building. And like the compass isn't really going to tell me anything. Oh, did you see that? Guess what's back, guys? Guess what's back? Collecting vault symbols. That's right. And when you collect these collectibles, look, we acquired this. This is what you get to use to unlock SDUs. So completing challenges, finding vault symbols, doing things like that is beneficial, and it rewards you for exploring once again. Remember in Borderlands 3, there really wasn't much reward for exploring. In this game, there is.
Use the fish for cover.
There's another cool thing. I don't know if I showed it in my footage, but we've got it in another player's footage. We'll see here in a second. Yo, Dono Vin, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome into the family, man. Appreciate you, dude. All right, so let's see. I'm looking to see if I see it in my footage too. I know that Legacy Gaming, if you guys know Legacy Gaming, he has it in his footage. I'll just go ahead and tell you, it's a Marcus bobblehead. I don't think that there's any, I don't think you get anything for finding the Marcus bobbleheads, but I could be wrong. But there's Marcus bobbleheads defined in the game as well. Oh yeah, did you see that? Your character in their costume is in the cutscene. The details are great. Yeah, they really are. Hopefully it doesn't go full Wonderlands with mandatory collectathon. I don't think so. I mean, it seems like all the collectible things are kind of optional stuff, but I only know you, Jolts, and Epic NG. Yeah, in my video, I've got a bunch of other people linked that you should check out.
In the game.
What's that? Sleepy Man, thank you for 31, says, glad they included K6 bobbleheads in the game. Son of a gun. Yeah, here's my video again if you guys want to go check that out. The launch pad. So Rush is pretty cool. I like Rush. He's a fun dude. There's Damien, there's Keanu, there's Asha. I think wasn't Asha like the name of the one siren that we never saw other than the comic book? Mateo.
Can we take him down together? Where do we start?
Not a fan of the character design, but you like that we're in the cutscenes. I actually like the character design on most of them too. Yeah, I didn't see the Mark. I think the Marcus bobblehead's upstairs. I don't know if I show it here. Sorry about pausing. I was just looking to see if it's okay. I don't think it's in this building. I think it's in a different building.
Such up top, in case you want to do some gearing up.
But here's where we get our vehicle. K6, did they give any info about having to play the story multiple times to get to in-game? No, I didn't ask anything about that yet.
BL4 to be out so we can play it together, as long as you accept my friend invite for my new shift ID.
Yo, NRO, thank you so much, man. Thank you for 71 months. Have they said anything about EchoCast coming back? They have not. Yeah, I should have asked about EchoCast. I just kind of forgot. Here we go. I'm going to test the grappling several times here, just so I can kind of get used to it. Because I kept forgetting to grapple things. Grappling feels really good.
Use the fish for cover.
Game looks very nice.
It does,
I really
yeah.
hope it runs on my PC. Lol. TKS for so many years of great content.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Subakashi. Appreciate you, dude.
It'll let you digistruct one practically anywhere.
So, one thing that I will change on my game once I start playing is the darkness levels. The way they had it set up, it was a little bit dark. So apologies for the dark footage. Once I actually have hands-on with the game, I'll be definitely cranking up the quality of that. Can you only grapple into? Yes, only certain spots can be grappled. There has to be a grapple thing in order to grapple to it.
Use the fish for cover.
Glad you got to play this early.
Thank you.
Hopefully the fish makes a comeback to protect us.
Spartan, thank you so much, man. I don't know anything about like specs and whether or not you'd be able to play it. One thing that I've been telling everybody is there's a website called Can I Run That? Or Can You Run That? I can't remember. If you Google search Can You Run That or Can I Run This? It brings up this website, and do Doom Dark Ages as your test because Borderlands 4 is not in there yet. Doom Dark Ages is pretty close in terms of the specs to Borderlands 4. So if your PC can run Doom Dark Ages, you're probably fine. Probably. I don't know. Guys, how you doing, dude? See, I wasn't sure if I had to do anything when I went past these, so I jumped out and then some enemies ended up spawning. One of the cool things about the world in this game is, you know, you can just go point to point, like, you know, doing your missions and being just like, I'm beelining the story. That's all I care about. But enemies will be spawning around you. You'll have like boss fights that'll pop up in the world. Like there's world bosses that you can encounter. What's up, Pretty Precious? And then there'll be like challenges and stuff that you complete while you're out here doing these things as well, which will get you more SDU upgrades. So lots to see and do. Lots to see and do. Like, just look how everything that you see, you can go to. I could go all the way back here to this area. I could go up here. I could go way back here. It was massive. And this is just like, they said this was like one of the early areas of the game. So it feels very, very massive. Was there much pop in? What is pop in? Because I don't really know what that means. What's pop in mean? I see you still can't hit shots. Yeah, they have me on an Xbox controller, unfortunately. Oh, check this out. Oh no, is this it? No, this isn't it. I find it somewhere else. But this is a grenade ordnance. Wait, I don't think I even realized that I picked this up. This is a hazard satchel. Is this a C4? Did I pick up C4 and not know it? Bro, it was C4. I didn't realize I picked it up. I love C4. I picked it up and I didn't equip it. Oh, man. But later on, I find a throwing knife. That's where it gets fun, dude. Dude, I didn't know there was C4. Crap. I was even checking to see if I can go into like every building and stuff too. I was like, maybe it's like that crazy. I don't know. And then you can summon your car from anywhere. You don't have to like go to a vehicle spawn station. You don't have to like travel back anywhere. You can just summon your car at any time. Does this game have ray tracing turned on like Doom? I have no idea. I don't know. I really don't. I'm sorry. Thoughts on the level design compared to Wonderlands? I mean, Wonderlands had really good level design. The problem was you got stuck in the chaos chamber doing stuff all the time. So here's one of those things where like I tried to use the compass to figure out which way I needed to go, and I ended up like just driving off into the forest and then getting attacked by bats, or Cratch in this case. I could have turned on the Echo 4 like tell me which way to go thing though. My pet's over there doing something. I don't know what the hell my pet's doing. Oh, my pet's floating around. I didn't realize that. So you know how like normally you have like your pets. Apparently, if you're in a vehicle, your pet just floats around as like a digi version or something. And then when you get out, I guess your pet comes back immediately. It's Emily Swan. You think that's who Asha was? I don't remember. All right, so I need to go that way. You can see the icon on the map. I just take the shortcut. But here's the problem. I was trying to point my compass in the direction I needed to go, which led me to run into things in the world because I was looking at my compass. I was playing my compass. Here we go with K6 calling him Crotch in every playthrough. Yeah, I gotta kill the Crotch. All right, here's where things start to get really good.
Conway, I made it to the surveillance center.
Well, once I realized that I can't take a secret back door in. I knew that the door was over that way, but I was like, what if I can go around the building and come in through the back door? I don't know. I was exploring. Okay, listen, I decided to explore. All right, let's skip forward a little bit here because, oh no, wait, there it is. This is what I thought had dropped a second ago. Concussive throwing knife, 3 charges. So I get to throw 3 throwing knives before I have to like let it recharge. Throwing knives are fun. You guys are gonna love throwing knives, dude. Throwing knives are gonna be like one of the really popular things that I think a lot of people are gonna really enjoy. Yeah, so I decided I was gonna go around the back of this building. Nothing happens back here, and I end up having to go around the front again. All right, here we go. Oh, let's go back. Shit. All right. Crit grenades? Yep. Watch. Hold on. I'll throw one here in a second, promise. Terrible throw. Second throw, much better. God dang. I get so much better at it as we go, though. All right, so your ordnance is right here, down here at the bottom. See this 5-second cooldown right here? This is your ordnance, which is grenades or rocket launchers, whichever one you have equipped. So as you see, I'm waiting for it to recharge, and I heal myself and throw the knife. I hit him in the crotch, I think. If you hit him in the head, you can do some serious damage. Now, this guy's also got the strong modifier again. See, I should have grabbed that barrel back there and hit him without. All right, so here's the other thing, though. So since that guy had a modifier on him, he drops more loot. It's like badasses in Borderlands 3, right? You know how they drop more loot? It seems like the enemies that have like, well, badass enemies and enemies that have like modifiers on them seem to drop a little bit more loot. All right, once again, compass. Just there's a lot of information on there. I think probably once we know what we're supposed to be doing, it's going to make more sense. So obviously this icon is for this thing. And then we have these 2 things, which I don't know what those are supposed to tell me about. What's up, Mystique? See, that's a really cool way to like get quickly up on enemies too. There was a nice throwing knife. I was accurate that time. Not that time. I'm not gonna hit every throwing knife, okay? Don't judge me much. Again, Xbox controller was a problem for me. Eventually they brought me a PlayStation controller, and once they did, things were so much better, but yeah, Xbox controller. I don't know what I was throwing the knife at there. Okay, just shut up. I don't even know what I was throwing the knife at there. Here I accidentally hit something and went into the wrong thing. This is what I was trying to do. So I leveled up and I wanted to like go pop a skill. But I also didn't want to spend all day in my menu either. So I just like end up choosing something pretty quick. Could there be tracking throwing knives? Maybe. I have no idea. We were really early in the game. Can you say how long ago this footage is from? Yes, it was from May. Whenever we went to that trip to San Francisco, I don't remember the exact date. But again, the build was already a month old. The version of the game we were playing was already a month old at the point where we captured this footage. So they've made a lot of progress since then. Oh, was it April? I don't remember when we went. Was it April or May? Yeah, so the build itself is probably at least 2 months old. Been stringing this long? I would never. All right, this I don't like. There's nothing about this that I like. I don't like any part of this layout right here. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think it looks terrible. I would rather, honestly, I'd rather just have my weapons stacked. And I think I would probably rather have them over on the side like what we've had before, like over here. And then her and Echo 4 can be over here on this side. I'm not sure. But there's just something about this that I don't like. I don't know why. Yeah, it's very dark too. This entire screen is very dark. But you can see that we're using white, blue, and green items here.
I hate this planet. Granted, I hate most.
The whole menu UI looks like it was specifically made for consoles. And I don't know if it was the same for both consoles and PC people. I'm not sure, actually. I don't think so. At that point, I think somebody was talking to me. I think that's why my character was sitting still. Precious, what's wrong with you? She says that she wanted to play. Meow. Bam! Look at that throwing knife. That was beautiful. Looked like I knew what I was doing there. You can shoot while gliding. Ooh. I think so. Yeah, actually you can. Yeah, definitely. You can definitely shoot while gliding. You can shoot while sliding. You cannot shoot while grappling. You can jump out of the water while you're swimming and shoot. You can jump out of the water and shoot, or jump out of the water and grapple. Can you rename the cat, and why didn't you call her Precious? You know, I don't know if you can. I would imagine you can, though. Here, Precious. Kitty cat needs her back scratched. No shooting while grappling? Not entirely sure. If you guys see the gun still out when I grapple, then yes, you can. Here I was confused. I didn't know which way I was supposed to go right here. And then finally I figured out it's over here. Again, I could have hit the Echo 4 little thingy-majiggy to tell me. I was trying to slide and kick that thing, but I screwed that up, didn't I? And somewhere in this footage, I have a nice barrel kill that you guys are going to get to see. So this thing had an underbarrel shotgun as well as an assault rifle. That's why I was swapping that. I don't know if this is asked, but how is the performance? Everything felt good to me. All right, this enemy has the contagious modifier, so when we kill him, see how everywhere he goes, he leaves like a shock, like contagion field. So you have to dodge that. We'll see some other modifiers here. So again, I got a little confused about which way I was supposed to be going. Really need to be paying more attention to my map thing. All right, check this out. You can pick up the barrels and throw them at enemies. Did you see it? Chat, did you see it? How do I rewind frames? Oh, it doesn't work on that thing, does it? Does the game look pretty? Yes. All right, so I can grab this object and then I can throw it at enemies. And there doesn't seem to be like any sort of timer or anything like that. You can just like pick it up and carry it around an entire map if you want. But once you mantle something, you will drop it. Just so you know. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice little barrel troll there. Then you can climb walls. That's another new thing there. Certain walls. You can see that this game's gonna be like really nice, fast gameplay. I can't remember if I think I increased my field of view to 110. I know when the developers played, I think they played at 90 field of view, which was a bit rough. There I threw a throwing knife instead of grappling. Here, I get a double kill here. Bam! 2 for 1 right there, baby. 2 for 1, baby. All right, once again, another strong modifier enemy. Fang assault rifle. There's a shotgun. Second win, baby. Puddles of blood on the floor, a nice touch. There was a lot of really nice touches graphically. He just hit his friend in the butt with that grenade, dude. All right, this guy's a deflector. As you can see, that's not cool. You see, that's not cool. I should have used my action skill at this point. You might have noticed I haven't used my action skill at all yet. You just joined who we're playing as? Vex. I'm actually not playing live. This is recorded. This is where I realized that I need to turn my sensitivity down a little bit. Is 1.6 where I end up settling on? I think so, maybe. I think 1.6 might have been where it felt the best. It felt like close to 10 sensitivity for Borderlands 3 for controller. But again, these enemies with modifiers do seem to drop more loot. Grab myself a little snack there to chuck at these guys. Boom. So deflectors need to do melee? Not necessarily. Like, you could use your action skill on them. You could let your pet attack them. You could hit them with ordnance. A bunch of different ways you can handle them. But it's like the game is telling you, all right, no more just, you know, bull rushing your way through every enemy. You have to be a little bit smarter sometimes. Sometimes you have to play a little bit smarter. They got right in the face with that one. Did they add the auto cell feature? The auto cell feature did not appear to be in this build. Neither did photo mode. I cover all this stuff. If you do exclamation point early, you can see my video on it. But I cover all the things that were like negatives in my opinion, as well as the things that I think are positives. Yeah, in this build, there's no photo mode. Now, I will say this. I got to talk to Graham Timmons, one of the lead designers on Borderlands 4, after playing, and I got to ask him things about like minimap and, you know, a bunch of other things. One of the things I asked him about was, will there be a photo mode? And he says, in the build that we were on, the photo mode wasn't there yet, but it's something that they're working maybe to add, hopefully. I don't know why they wouldn't keep photo mode. It's like it's a very popular feature with most people, so they can take pictures of their character in various maps and such. Guys, you ever just go the wrong way and, you know, make things take longer? Me either. Totally didn't do that just there. I just wanted to test the climbing again, okay? Totally. I really just needed to get used to the compass is all it was. I kind of ignored the compass a bit. And like right now, Like compass tells me I need to turn around and go this way, and I'm just being stupid. You went the wrong way with your wife and she yelled at you? Dildo, you can't do that. All right, guys, I finally figured out the right way. All right, so before we get to this part, minor spoiler. If you don't want to know any story spoiler stuff, this is one of like the super early missions. This to me, I think would probably be like the equivalent of like Captain Flint, right? When you go and fight Captain Flint, would you consider that a story spoiler for Borderlands 2? Probably not. But I just wanted to warn you guys. I don't want you guys to be spoiled by anything that you don't want to be spoiled by. There's some story stuff.
From very high. He delights in the sound of crunchy bones and splattered flesh almost as much as I do.
You guys got a cool name. Oppression Engine. Have you seen possible jumping puzzles? I did not. Not in the early areas that we were at, no.
I'm sorry. Usually all that horny
Another goddamn deflector.
It was just a bed. I'll tell you anything you want. We can't have that, can we? Timekeeper! I wasn't. No!
And my pet is whooping his butt, though. Oh, I missed that throwing knife. It's terrible. Any idea on the level cap? We speculate 50. We're all speculating 50 based off of like footage that they've shown us and footage that maybe they didn't mean to show us in like their they had like that game developer like early look thing that they showed just a few days ago on Twitter and also on their YouTube channel. If you haven't seen that, you should go check that out on the, I think it's just on the Borderlands and the Gearbox YouTube channels. But at one point they showed Amon, the big like tanky character, and they showed level 50 on him. We caught that in their footage. So we speculate 50. Probably 50 at launch. And then I'm sure at some point as DLCs come out, they'll probably increase the level cap. This guy dropped Iridium. Check that out. 24 Iridium from that guy right there. State Flutie submachine gun. What the hell is that mean? Every time I pause, the footage does this weird glitchy thing. It's my video player playback thing here. Iridium inflation, bro. Oh man. So I think if they're called Striker Engine, then they're a melee attacker. If they're called whatever the other one was called, then they have a shield. What was that one called again? I forget. Anyhow. Iridium tariffs. That was your save station there. You can do refill all ammo. You can buy item of the day, like on the fly. And look, guys, a vending machine not full of legendaries. Oppressor Engine. Yeah, there you go. That was his name. Thank you. Do you know how powerful the PC you're on? I have no idea. I wasn't able to like look at specs or anything like that. Let's see. Are they set on the compass or do they indicate they would be open? Okay, so yeah. So when I talked to Graham, he said that they would listen to community feedback, and if the community wanted a mini map or like a radar or some sort of indicator, then that's something that they would listen to community feedback. So if you guys feel like it's missing something, honestly, here's what I want. I just want something that tells me that enemies are near me. Even if it's like, how Destiny has like their little radar thing that says like, all right, there's stuff in this direction, or they're in this direction, or they're in this direction. Even that would be fine. But I like having the red dots so that I know like, okay, there's 3 guys behind me right now. You know what I mean? I like that. That to me is like, and it's something that I just like quickly spot with my eyeball. I can spin around, I can shoot him. Because in this game, you can like be killed really quick. You know what I mean? If you don't know what's behind you, you can get killed really quick. Thoughts on visual pollution? I did not see any visual pollution issues while I played this game.
There's the entry.
I didn't. I don't think. I don't know. I mean, we'll watch this footage and then you guys tell me. We have another 30 minutes of this footage, and then I think I have. Actually, I think that might be all the footage I have in this area, but we'll see what else I got. So here I finally remember that I can use my action skill. Like, good job. Nicely done, dum-dum. All right, so this guy is Horus. Again, I consider him like a boss in terms of, like, you know, your shivs and your I don't know, your early game bosses, right? Horny Horus. He is pretty horny. He was talking about some feet stuff. I don't know what the hell he was talking about, honestly. How many Trants are there to kill? I didn't see any, unfortunately. So right here, I will say that the motion lines, maybe people would consider the motion lines to be visual pollution. Those could be maybe a little bit distracting. I don't know. I don't know what makes the motion lines pop up, actually. And here I decide that I want to go ahead and spend my skill point. So I just went and did gun damage. Thank you guys for the follows, man. Appreciate you. My Toxic Dream, thank you for the follow and the Prime sub. All right, immune phase, guys. We got an immune phase. But I think this is because of the story stuff. Okay? I think this is because of the story stuff. And I have a good reason for why I think it's just in the story stuff. And I'll tell you guys here in just a little bit, okay? I'll show you in just a little. Bear with me. I think it's just for the story. And I have a really good reason why I think so.
Damn it. He ripped his own bolt.
So right there, they were trying to explain to you that he ripped his bolt out. Apparently, like, the bolt is like how these enemies are being controlled by the timekeeper or whatever. So he was trying to give himself some free will or something, and then I was like, nah, man, screw that, you're dead.
So long as the bolt's not damaged, we might be able to get some info off it.
Yep. So then we gather his bolt, the Spy Master's bolt. He was a weird freak, but the timekeeper did him dirty. Wait, was that his thing? Let's not overthink it. Borderlands 2 humor, you know.
This is a long shot. What?
Did you see how to respawn bosses? Talk about that in the future.
But a while back we salvaged a broken order bolt.
How's the difficulty feel? The game feels, generally the game feels pretty fair and balanced. I don't know. I didn't have much problems early on. Tagged you on Twitter in case others also had the thought. How's the screen clutter? Lack of mini map scares me for that reason. So screen clutter meaning like visual pollution kind of stuff. So right there, I was looking for an enemy respawner in this area, and he didn't have one. But I'll explain a little bit more in a little bit. Just wait. Composer before Jesper Kid? Ooh, what? Rocket Moe's Yellow Cake is a great example. So we're talking like too much like visual stuff happening. I didn't see a whole lot of issue, but at the same time, I still want a mini map or something to indicate that there's enemies near me. You know what I mean? Anything up there in the corner to like let me know that there's enemies nearby would be nice. All right, let's see. What rating would you give this version of the game? So again, this is an early build. It's missing some things. The gameplay is great. Don't know anything about the story yet. I can't really like give it a rating because I only played like I didn't have that much time to play, unfortunately. So here I was thinking maybe that was some sort of respawner thing too, but it's not. But we did get some more enemies here. This one's another deflector. I hate the damn deflectors, dude. That's what I ended up seeing like more than anything, it feels like. But I also have some footage from some other guys. Let me see. I'm curious about something here. Trying to remember. Oh, okay, right here. Right. This is the cool part here. I got my vehicle up on the sky bridge monorail thing, but then I fell off. But I decided I wanted to get back up there and I wanted to go explore. This was on PC, but I used a controller. So I got back up there. Oh, here's one thing that I told them this has to get fixed. This is one of the things that I told the developers directly. All right. I want you guys to count this down in your heads. You guys get ready. I want you to count how long it takes to respawn. All right, you ready? Count it out. I'm going to go check my email. Go check Twitter. I'm going to go read a book. Let's just see what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? Yep. Everything's pretty cool out there. And we're respawned. That was insane. That's way too long. I think that was one of the first things I told them. I was like, when I respawn, why does it take so long? So that was another thing that they said that they're working on that too. That's one of those things. I think that they had like their cool little animation for the Echo 4 and they wanted to kind of show that off a little bit. But I think it definitely needs to be looked at for the respawn time because that's crazy. It's been 72 years. Yeah, just don't die. That's the easy solution, guys. Just don't die. Problem solved. It was 17 seconds till I can move again. It's pretty crazy, dude. Pretty crazy. I timed it in my video as well.
Use the fish for cover.
Heather, what's happening? Thank you for 15 months. 61 months. Jeez, I'm stupid. Heather, how you doing? Hope you're doing awesome today. Heather, we're looking at some early Borderlands 4 footage. You can see some different effects on different guns too. I was just trying to like look at a few of them there when I was here in this menu. Let's see. So this is another bit of story stuff here. So if you don't want spoiler, this is another bit of story thing here. We entered in the Spy Master's Bolt. Might skip forward a little bit here on this. Yeah, let's just skip forward past this. I don't know what that was. Some visual thing right there. Oh, it was my throwing knife. I threw my throwing knife. All right.
So Saul's got a bite.
So. All right. So, all right, hold on. Wait, this is the, okay. So what is decrypt? Hold on. What is that? Hold on. What is decrypt? Place capsule. This was me just using my thing. I don't remember using this decrypt thing. So you can spawn in a Reaper and a thingamajiggy. I don't remember I don't know what the decrypt machine is. Engrams like Destiny? God, I hope not. There's the respec machine there. I believe, is this your bank? There's your lost loot machine, which was empty. Oh, okay. This is actually cool. I didn't realize that it did this. Once you have things in your lost loot machine, it looks like you're going to be able to actually go in and like see the things that are in your lost loot machine instead of just pushing a button and having everything pop out. That's pretty cool. There was like a lot of things that were happening really fast. So like I didn't like fully register everything in my brain. You know what I mean? There's the bank. So bank does not have nearly enough storage. I don't know what the thought process is here. I guess as you get your SDUs, you'll increase it, but I kind of, thank you moderators for pinning the thing there. I appreciate that. I kind of wish that there was more in by default. Then we got some echoes laying around.
I'd heard stories of vault hunters on Kairos. Zeke or Zonk or something like that. But I didn't think I'd ever meet one.
Wish there was a mod that pulled up that same screen from Lost Loot Machine, but for everything laying on the ground. Yeah.
I realized I hadn't even formed expectations. Conway seemed impressed, but I'm not sure that's saying much. Still, there was something about him. A lack of fear, maybe? An abundance of confidence? I'm not sure.
Was the loot filter still in the game? You talking about the thing where I could like, say pick up all green items and sell them? No. And I asked them about that too. Actually, no, I didn't get to ask them about that. That was one thing that I forgot to ask them about. All right, so here's where I finally get back up on the rails again. I want you guys to see where I end up. This is pretty interesting in my opinion. Look how huge this place is. Literally everything that you see you could go to. Literally everything you see you could go to. Yeah, this is a VOD. This is I mean I'm live right now. 3 fingers, 2 fingers. I don't know how to tell you that I'm live, but this footage was from when I went to San Francisco. Even the ships, just watch. Just watch. Just watch, guys. So I was kind of hoping that they would have like a chest hidden up here, or you know, some sort of collectible or something. I didn't see anything. It's possible that I missed stuff because there's like underneath areas up here. But these maps are gigantic, bro. Gave you guys the finger, I would never. So I was thinking like right here underneath of this thing, but didn't see anything under there. Didn't see anything under there. Oh, look at these ships, guys. Those are pretty interesting, aren't they? When did I play Borderlands 4? When I flew out to San Francisco with Jolt's Dude, Rest Assured, Low Gas Mask, Moxie, Birdman, Eruption Fang, Rifle Gaming, a bunch of other people. So I was like, man, I ran all the way over here and there's nothing. I was thinking, man, maybe I could slide down this chute, but no, it wouldn't let me do that either. I was mad about that. I should have slid down this part right here, but then Rush had me distracted, but then I slid anyhow, so. But see, check this out. You guys said, what about the ships? What about the ships, guys? What about the ships? Huh? What about the ships, guys? Beam me up, Scotty. So the goal inside of this ship was to destroy everything. And these enemies are level 9. I'm level 7. Just want to point that out. Still got that guy with my throwing knife. But the idea was that you're supposed to just destroy stuff in here. There's exploding barrels, exploding objects. But I was surrounded by level 10. Level 10 enemy there. So
BL4 looks dope. Can't wait to
a little
play
bit dangerous in
Basic
here.
Saw.
Dude, it looks so good. It feels so good to play. I have qualms with the game here and there, but for the most part, I had a lot of fun. I barrel trolled myself there. And then I finally die here, I think. Or do I clutch this one out? I might clutch this one out. Yep. That one clutched out, but eventually I do die. Because these guys are just like way too high a level for me. I should not have been over in this area yet. Did I clutch this one out? No, I didn't clutch this one out. So I didn't complete that mission. So I'm guessing if you blow up some of these spaceships and stuff like that, then that's gonna be another challenge complete. You probably unlock skins, you probably unlock SDU upgrades. I'm not entirely sure what all you get from that, but so again, like these respawns are just way too long. Way too long for a respawn. But you can see he flies away because I failed my mission, unfortunately, so I didn't need to go back in there. But you can see it says on the screen right there, see right here, it says new airship arrival in 1 minute 17 seconds. So you could just redo it again, essentially. You just gotta wait for another world event airship to arrive. But I earned 80 out of 200 points for destroying stuff, so not enough to really do anything. And again, everything here is way too high of a level for me. So I just spawned in my action skills and hoped that they did work. And even though these guys were higher than my level, I was still able to do some damage. This looks great. Yeah, dude, they're like, this is scratching the surface, guys. This is scratching the surface. It's like, this isn't even like, this is the early game, guys. This is the early game. I love the throwing knives, by the way. I don't know what this thing over here is. I didn't even mess with that thing. They wanted the visual gag of Echo Force scanning you and remaking you, but that's way too long. Yeah, it's way too long to respawn, and I hope that they fix that. Can't wait for this weekend, dude. I can't either. I'm going to explore so much more. Like, having like gone back and watched my footage, I'm like, ooh, I should have done that. Ooh, I should have gone and done that. Ooh, I should have gone and done that. Like, there's so much that I would do different, and I will. You took vacation right when Borderlands 4 releases here, so you're so smart. Yes, you are. Are there day-night cycles? I've been told that there's weather cycles. I would assume that there's day and night cycles as well, because that's something we had in Borderlands 3. Will you get to ask questions again? Yes. Yes, I will. And if you guys have specific questions that you want me to ask, let me know. I know one of the main things is about the specs for PC. Like, look how big this freaking map is, dude. Like, this is that building area that we were in a little bit ago where we went and fought the boss. I believe this is where it was. And I was trying to go back there. I wasted so much time. Yeah, this is Horace's oversight. I wasted a bunch of time by going back over there. This is the teeniest, tiniest little part of the map, bro. Like, we're not even like exploring that much yet. Are we getting a scope of the length of playthrough? Is it going to be way longer than 3? I have no idea. I would think with all the optional stuff, it should be massively, like, gigantically bigger than Borderlands 3. Did I see any legendaries? Yes. All right, so at this point, let me show you. All right, 1 second. All right, let me let's do this. Let me do this. Okay, I just got to find the right folder. I have like too many things open here. All right, close that. All right, okay. All right, let's see. All right, I think it's this is Birdman. You guys know my friend Birdman? Let's find Birdman's YouTube real quick so you guys can. Oops. All right, hold on, wait.
Use the fish for cover.
I'll pause that for a second.
6 love.
All right, Birdman. Birdman. All right, so here's Birdman's channel. Boop. So you guys can go check him out. His video is up now too, so you can see this. But I wanted to show you something from his footage that I thought was really cool. Let me close this out. How to farm boss. All right. I'll show you. All right, so Skeefer, thank you for 68 months. I believe since that was a story boss, that once you complete the next story mission, you'd be able to go back and farm him just like you normally would. But I don't think that he had a respawner. Not that I could see, at least. But there might be one. Okay, hold on. Birdman's footage is much louder than mine.
Keep a good cat down.
Is that too loud? It feels pretty loud. All right, I wanted to jump forward to show you guys something that Birdman finds. So he was playing as Rafa. I think it's in this area.
Use the fish for cover.
Can't wait for this.
Where's it at? I actually don't know where it's at in the footage. Actually, it might have already happened. Let's see. I don't know where it happens in his footage, but I definitely recommend you guys go check out his gameplay. Let's see if we can find it. I think it's around here somewhere. Yeah, okay, it hasn't happened yet. Aha, right here. All right. So we've talked about legendaries and how they're too common in Borderlands 3, not nearly common enough in Borderlands 2, right? It needs to be somewhere in the middle. Most of us that went out there and played did not see a legendary in a vending machine. But Birdman found a legendary in a vending machine, and it wasn't the item of the day. As you can see, the item of the day right there. If he hadn't gone into the vending machine, he would have missed the complex route. The complex route is back, guys. And apparently it's base game. Apparently it's base game. And this is a really good way for you guys to see about the visual pollution, the visual clutter, because he buys this and he uses this thing. So you guys can get to see how the complex route actually does. And again, please, 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 please do me a favor. Go to Birdman's channel, drop him a sub, watch his video, because he'll probably explain to you guys how the complex route felt and give you guys more details, because I didn't get to use the complex route. I don't know how it felt, but we do have his footage so you guys can see what I saw from him using it. So let's go forward to a point where he's using this thing. Right here, he's using it. And as you can see, the visual pollution is not crazy like it was on Borderlands 3 with the complex route. That gives me so much hope. that is like a massive relief to me that he's using the complex route and we can see the screen, right?
That's what the scouting logs say, at least.
So to me, that's actually a really good sign. All right, so yeah, also, yeah, we don't have Hustler Racer, or, you know, maybe we do. We don't know. All right, so that's Birdman's footage. Let me go back to my footage real quick. I gotta switch screens here. And again, real quick, while I'm in this screen, if you guys want, head over to Birdman's channel. I posted his link there in the chat, so you guys can give him a follow. Where the hell? Oh, I closed my folder out. That's a genius move right there. Okay. All right, let's look at skill trees. Let's start with Rafa. Hold on, how do I get back to full screen here? Boom, video, full screen. All right. So let's start with Rafa and let's look at skill trees for a bit. How about that? Sizzler, thank you for the follow. Everybody that's followed, thank you so much. D's fam, thank you for the 2 months on the sub. Skeefer, thank you again for 68 months. Skeefer, I appreciate you, buddy. Hope you're having an amazing day, my friend. Esther, thank you for 50 months. Tricky Wink, thank you for 26 months. Yeah, all right. So you guys want me to go skill by skill and pause it? Do you just want to watch it all at once the first time? I think I go pretty quick through his skills. I think because I was running out of time. You can see this entire footage of his skill tree is only 2 minutes 36 seconds. I was basically out of time at this point, but I wanted to get all of his skills. All right, yeah, we'll go skill by skill. All right, so starting off, we're in the red tree, which I guess is remote agent. Is that what it's called? Or I don't know. I forgot what hold on. Actually, I think I have, let me pull up this folder. I go to screenshots. I took a screenshot of the name of the skill tree. I'll find it real quick. I also took a picture of each skill. Tier 4. Capstones. Augments. Where's that? All right, let me go back up here. All right, so there's this. Okay, so this skill is called a Fofus Lance, maybe? Equip Rafa's Fofus Lance, an offhand arm cannon that decreases Rafa's gun handling, allows him to fire piercing shock ordnance blasts, not blasters. And that would be this one. That's the blue tree augment, the Aphofus Lance. Okay. Where's the... I know I've got the other ones screenshotted, so I don't have to like go find them. So, here we go. There's Arc Knives. Arc Knives is the green one. So this one, Rafa puts down his guns and equips his Arc Knives blades to deal melee damage and mark enemies whenever they damage them, causing them to take increased damage for every mark on them. So if you melee them a bunch of times, you will get 6% damage per mark, melee attack damage, blade fury damage. You can also dash forward and perform a shock melee attack. Then you can do blade fury, which deals shock damage to all marked enemies and ends the skill. All right, and then I've got the other one here somewhere. It's blue. Where's the red one? I forgot what the red one was called. Boom, 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 boom. Well, shit. All right, well, maybe it shows up in the footage here. All right, so first skill in this tree is called Sitiar. You gain increased gun damage. Then you got Deft Hands, so Rafa and the Peacebreaker cannons gain increased fire rate. Shield Barriest, guessing. Overdrive skill, Rafa gains increased shield recharge rate, improves shield regen delay while overdrive is active. Sia, this is a passive skill. Hold on, what were the other skills listed as? These are all considered passives as well, right? Yeah, passive. That's a passive as well. This one's a kill skill. Killing an enemy restores shields based on Rafa's maximum health capacity. Okay, so you get a chance to mess with the boss respawning system. More on that in the future. Bullet Buddy Deluxe. While Peacebreaker cannons are active, Rafa and his allies regenerate ammo. So this is a nice. This one's an augment, as you can see. These are your actual skills as you go down, and then you have augments that you can grab along the way. You can only have one augment equipped at a time, and these things down here are augments as well. There is a lot of build diversity based just off of the augment system. So this augment gives you Bullet Buddy Deluxe while Peacebreaker cannons are active. Rafa and his allies regenerate ammo. That could be like crucial for multiplayer. Field Repair is passive. Whenever you activate an action skill, restore a portion of your maximum shield capacity. If a shield's already full, you gain an overshield instead. Mike AR33, thank you for 2 months. So he has turrets. Sort of. All right, Instinto. Let's go with that. That's an augment. Your Peacebreaker cannons gain increased critical hit chance. Let me turn the music back on. This is driving me crazy. All right. Gain increased critical hit chance. Pressing LB while the cannons are active causes them to double their critical hit chance and gain increased critical hit damage while also causing your action skill duration to drain faster. So basically you use your Peacebreaker cannons, but then you push LB, you're going to do double the crit chance and increase the critical hit damage, but your action skill is going to run out faster. This is also a kill skill. Killing an enemy causes Rafa to regain action skill duration. Oh, okay. So this is actually, okay, what's the action skill duration return? 3% after each kill. It's a little low. 3% after each kill is a little bit low. There are a lot of enemies, so let's say you kill 10 enemies, that's 30%, but I don't know. I don't know that one's really worth it. And then we got Werga. Whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy, action skill duration is restored. Okay, so hold on. Between these two things, you could get your action skill back really quick if you're doing a lot of crits. That could be interesting. Duration return was 10%. Oh, okay. All right, Resiliencia says overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased damage reduction while overdrive is active. And you can put 5 points into that. So that's what, up to 40% damage reduction. Pretty good. And you have another passive skill, Maestro. Rafa gains increased skill damage. 3 points can go into that. So it's almost 30%. Was that 27%? 20% extra skill damage, which means your cannons would be even crazier. Then you got Venganza. Whenever Rafa's shields break after being fully recharged, spawn a free grenade. If he has a grenade equipped, use that grenade instead. Missed. There we go. El Valente. I don't know. I'm not going to even try and say some of these words. How about that? He's Italian for sure. I'm pretty sure this is actually French. Rafa deals increased damage from all sources. The fuller Rafa shields are, the greater the bonus. While Rafa shields are at maximum capacity, you double the bonus. So if you can find a way to keep your shields up, you could probably do some crazy damage stuff with Rafa. I think they were kidding about the Italian. I'm pretty sure they were joking about the Italian, but all right. Everdrive passive. Overdrive gains increased duration. That's 55% at max, right? That's pretty crazy. Wow. All right. That's a lot of duration. Unmissable missiles. This one's an augment. Pressing LB while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to fire a volley of homing rockets at enemies in view at the cost of action skill duration. So, a volley of homing rockets at enemies in view. So that'd be like, so you get 6 rockets, 5% of max duration, your action skill duration per missile. So that'd be like 30% of your maximum duration. How was the game from what you tried so far? I enjoyed it. I had fun. Epic, how about you? How did you feel when you played early? What did you think? You tell them what you think, my man. Epic's got his video up live too, I would assume. Barrage, passive, overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased splash damage while overdrive is active. That's 10% times 5, so 50% splash damage. Okay, hold up. So you get overdrive active. You can do some wild stuff. All right. You're actually Portuguese and you don't even know your neighbor's language. It happens. The first shot fired from Rafa's this is another passive, Vitriol. The first shot fired from Rafa's fully loaded magazine deals bonus corrosive damage. This feels very niche. Like, there are a lot of armored enemies in this game, so maybe that'll be more helpful than I realize. I don't know. Which of the manufacturers isn't making it? Because I remember one isn't making it. Doll is not making it. Instafort battle system. This is another augment. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons also deal ordnance damage, and he deals increased ordnance damage while Peacebreaker cannons are active. Pressing LB while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to disconnect from Rafa and become a turret companion that begins firing at enemies in place. Additionally, it will occasionally fire grenades at its targets. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, it copies that grenade. Pressing LB again returns the turret companion to Rafa's back. Disconnect and become a turret companion. I'm wondering if we can end up doing some crazy companion builds in this game. Yeah, I believe there's 2 new weapon manufacturers, I think. I don't know. Do you still think that the compass is very bad? Yes, I do not like the compass. It has its moments where it's helpful, but when I'm in, the reason that I want a mini map isn't for exploration. I think there's like this huge misconception about why I want the mini map. The mini map to me is about knowing where enemies around me are. That's what I want it for. Up in the corner. Just a little thing to let me know when there's enemies like surrounding me. Because this game has a lot more. This game has a lot more enemies spawning around you at all times. Yeah, for close by enemies, exactly. Confetti. Passive skill. Rafa's ordnance deal bonus damage in his current weapon's element. 8%. So times 5, 40%. Your ordnance deal bonus damage in his current weapon's element. Okay, so if you're holding a corrosive gun, then your ordnance. Oh, okay. So if you max this thing out, if you're at 40, if you're at 40% bonus damage and you have a throwing knife, you would get 40% more corrosive damage with your throwing knife if you're holding a corrosive weapon. That's pretty cool, actually. All right. Asymmetric warfare. Indirect projectiles gain increased damage. Indirect projectiles include all action skill weapons. Thrown weapons and projectiles not fired from your gun. Okay. So indirect projectiles. Okay. So action skill weapons are indirect projectiles. Thrown weapons like throwing knives and grenades. And projectiles that are not fired from your gun. So this one, you can get 45% passive damage. Huh. All right. I do like, another thing that I really like is we haven't seen anything in this game, at least so far, and hopefully it stays this way, where it's like, okay, this thing gets you 400% bonus damage. It's like, bro, that's a bit much, okay? All right, we got another augment here. Hell in a Shell. Pressing LB while Peacebreaker cannons are active causes them to fire 2 large fire bombs that deal fire damage to a large area. Killing enemies reduces the skill's cooldown. Damage is 148, cooldown is 50 seconds. But you do get a cooldown reduction of 5 seconds per kill. Huh. You combine that with, he had that skill that had like a massive amount of splash damage. Those two could work really well together. Had problems with the enemy's health bar being placed in the center. You had no trouble seeing the battlefield. Have you noticed this? No. For me, the way everything was placed seemed all right. I don't know. So far, it seemed okay to me. Did Epic say how he felt about the gameplay? I don't think he said. Would you be willing to ask at the Fan Fest if SDUs actually carry over like Wonderlands, since I really don't want to run around the map like 6 to 8 times when doing all characters? I would imagine for each character you're probably gonna have to get the SDUs. I don't think that you're going to have to do as much exploration as you think, probably, but we'll see, I guess. Errant Spark. This requires 5 points in branch. It's a passive skill. All indirect projectiles. Once again, that's anything that's like thrown, not shot from your gun. Deal bonus fire damage. The indirect projectile already deals fire damage. If it deals fire damage already, then you double the damage. Okay. And that one you can get up to 40%, and then it would be 80 if your item already has fire damage. Which would have to be like if your grenade does fire damage, or if you're doing like your turret and you did fire damage on that. Like this plus the last augment up there, the hell in a shell, plus the splash damage thing, those three things together would be crazy damage, I would think. Arded, this is a passive skill. Rafa's indirect projectiles gain lifesteal. 10%. That would be 50. You can put it at 50%, bro. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, so like let's think of it as like the throwing knives. I had 3 charges on my throwing knives. If I hit 3 throwing knives in a row, then I've stolen 30% health. And then if I hit them with like my turret, and then if I max this thing out to 50%, what if it only goes up by 5% each point? Usually it multiplies by the starting number though, right? It almost always multiplies by that starting number, doesn't it? You feel like not having a mini map is more realistic and forces you to not only be aware of your surroundings, but also to learn the maps completely. These maps are gigantic, dude. And again, it's all, for me, it's all about the situation immediately around you. Like having that mini map to show you that there's enemies that just spawned in behind you. And it's kind of an accessibility feature too. Like for people that are hearing impaired, like they're not going to be able to hear that an enemy spawned behind them. All right, so did I read this one? I don't remember if I read this one or not. Yeah, lifesteal. Okay, yeah. All right, Rolling Stone passive skill. While moving, shots have a chance to bounce off of Rafa. This chance is doubled while sliding? Bro, Rafa's got some survivability right here between Rolling Stone and that last skill. So this would be 35% chance to reflect bullets, basically. Not reflect, but to have them bounce off. And then while you're sliding, it's doubled, so that's 70%. That's 70% chance if you're sliding for bullets just to bounce off of you. Bro, that's pretty good. That's pretty nice. All right, then we got pain reaction. Rafa's weapons gain a chance to ricochet off of enemies with status effects. Ricochet damage is based on the damage dealt. Ricochet chance 3% per status effect. So if you've applied a status effect to an enemy and you shoot them, so this would be great in like high density mobbing situations. You'd be able to hit like a bunch of enemies at once just by applying status effects to one of them, shooting that enemy, and just watching all the enemies around them die. That's gonna be crazy.
Hey, listen,
What's up? You have to think about the other side of that. If Rafa has all these survivability skills, they're going to be needed. Yes, mitigation may be very important. I agree.
Use the fish for cover.
Mega Rick, thank you for giving out the sub to Snapegoat. Appreciate that. Mike R, thank you again for the 2 months, dude. Appreciate you, man. All right. Devil May Care, overdrive skill, passive. Yeah, there's no augments in this tier here. Overdrive skill. While overdrive is active, Rafa gains increased move speed and gains health regen. So another health regen right here. While overdrive is not active, Rafa takes increased damage. Ooh. And gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Okay, so that's a 5-pointer. So 35% move speed. Wow. Health regen 0.5 per second. So it'd probably go to 1, then 1.5, then 2, then 2.5. So 2.5% per second while overdrive is active. Your damage taken when your overdrive is not active would go up as well. So you're probably looking at 20% damage taken, an increase of 20% damage taken while overdrive is not active. And then your action skill cooldown rate, however, would jump up to 30%. So there is some trade-off there. So your damage taken, you can mitigate that by sliding. I missed the last skill, did I? Oh yeah, lightning rod. I didn't do lightning rod. Thank you guys. Yeah, I missed lightning rod. Yeah, sorry. All right, let's go back. I missed lightning rod. So lightning rod is while aiming with a gun, Rafa deals bonus shock damage. Each time Rafa hits an enemy this way, deal increased bonus damage until he zooms out. Wait a second. Wait, hold up. Do we got critical ascension in this game? Hold up here. Hold up. Do we get max stacks increased for each level of this? As well as the bonus damage? So the bonus damage would go up. Oh my God, hold on. Okay, if the bonus damage goes up 2% for each level, then that's 10% of damage dealt. All right, think about this. And then an additional 5% per critical hit. And then I don't know if your maximum stacks will go up to 100 with 5 levels in this. But if it does, you're looking at 200. And then I'm not good at math. Yeah, you have to stay zoomed in though. Yes. That would be the trick. If you come out of zoom, then you lose it and you have to restack, right? Well, it's 1%, so it'd be 5%, 10%, so it's 15, and then 100. So 100. I don't know, man. I'm terrible at this shit. I can't do math. Anyhow, it'd be a lot. So this seems like if you have like a good high fire rate sniper, like if they bring the Lyuda back and you're hitting crits, and let's say you're using a fire, Lyuda, there's skills over here that if you're using a fire weapon that you're going to boost some stuff. And then if you just stay aim down sights with a fire Lyuda, you're going to have insane stacks and you're going to do some crazy damage. This would be like a boss shredding item right here. Boss shredder right there, dude. What if ammo regen? Dude, there is ammo regen. I forgot which skill it was. Is this one? It's like, yeah, it's this augment right here. This is ammo regen. So you could use this augment, ammo regen, aim down sights, drop in and melt the boss. Just melt the boss. That could be fun. That could be some crazy stuff right there. All right, Devil May Care. We read this one a second ago, right? Yeah. Okay. Temeri. I don't know how to say this stuff, dude. I'm not even gonna try. Guys, number one, thank you guys for being here. There's 1,000 of you guys watching right now. It means a lot to me, guys. If you want to, hit the follow button. You don't have to. I will be covering Borderlands 4 like crazy. So if you want to watch Borderlands 4 content, I'll be your guy. I'll be playing this weekend as well over on here on the channel, but I will be playing live at Hollywood. So if you guys want to see some more early access stuff, we'll be playing there. And if there's anything in particular that you guys want to see while I'm playing live, let me know. Maybe not here in the comments because it's hard for me to read the comments while I'm also reading the action skills. But you can tag me on Twitter. You can tag me on my Discord channel. I have a Discord, !Discord. You can go. Maybe we'll make like actually here, let's do this real quick. Let's make a section on the Discord where you guys can leave questions for me to ask. Let's do that real quick. So let's go to, we'll put it in, we'll put it in our main forum sections here in the gaming section. We'll say, queues for, well, let's call it, questions for Gearbox. How about that? Bum, 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 bum. All right, so I'll say, please leave your questions for Gearbox here, and I will do my best to get answers. All right, there we go. Section is made on there. All right, back to the skill tree. All right. However you say this, it's passive skill, overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun damage, but decreased weapon handling. This bonus is based on how long overdrive has been active. Gun damage 1% per second. Weapon handling -1% per second. Ooh. You combine that with the skill that we were talking about doing the stacks with, your gun's gonna be like crazy. But that damage, man. If you can control the damage and hit crits, that would be wild. All right, next. All right. So we're at the capstones now. Now in the capstones, we have capstones and we have passives, right? I believe, maybe we'll find out. All right. So volatile hollow points. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons weapons are replaced with rockets that deal splash damage. Dude, he has some splash damage boosting stuff, man. Thank you guys for the follows too, man. Appreciate y'all. Do we know if anoints are returning? No, anointments are not returning, or at least not that we've seen or heard of. Could you ask at the event if they intend to tackle the visibility of allies when they're down? Yeah, actually, that would be something. I think there's going to be some people doing co-op at the event, so we should be able to find out just from this event how well that works. All right, then we got a passive capstone skill. This one is a kill skill, double all overdrive bonuses. Bro, what? Okay. Hold up. Like, I need to know what all would. Okay, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. But doubling all of your overdrive bonuses could be broke as shit. And duration's 8 seconds. All right, Inspirado, another passive. This one has, what is it? 3 points. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to it. All right, 3 points in this skill. Action skill duration rate, action skill cooldown rate. Whenever Rafa inflicts status effect on an enemy, gain increased action skill cooldown rate and improved action skill duration rate. And this stacks. Now, again, we don't know if you're going to get another 10 stacks with a point here and then max that out at 30 stacks. And then same with this, if that goes 2, 4, then 6. So 6% times 30 stacks, dude, that would be wild. So then you have like the other skill that he had, that whenever you deal status effect to an enemy, you get to ricochet shots. Man, there's some synergy. This is the first skill tree, guys. We're still just on the first skill tree. Deathzerker is right. Couple messages up. Okay, hold on. Deathzerker, I think only the orange numbers increase with investment. Okay, all right. Still could be pretty crazy. All right, yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Yeah, you probably are right because duration won't change. So yeah, you're probably right. All right, then we got Beam Team Capstone. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannons weapons are replaced with a shock beam and a corrosive beam. Each beam automatically locks onto enemies in your view and may lock onto different enemies. Whenever Rafa applies the status effect, again, Gain increased action skill damage. So Rafa, you're gonna apply status effects, get your bullets ricocheting around, do overdrive damage like crazy. Dude. Alright. Okay. Not even gonna try and say that. Another passive. Enemies damaged by your Peacebreaker cannons have increased status effect chance. Okay. And then next we got lateral plinking. Your indirect projectiles gain a chance to ricochet. Whoa, 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 wait. So a 1 in 4 chance for my throwing knife to ricochet? You hit somebody in the head with a throwing knife and then it ricochets and hits somebody else? Bro, what? Oh, man. Dude, this guy's gonna be fun. Double auto shot. Rafa's Peacebreaker cannon weapons are replaced with shotguns that deal increased damage and have increased pellet count. Additionally, Rafa's turrets gain a chance to ricochet off targets. Dude, this guy's like Gage if she wasn't a mess. He's got some Gage skills. He's got some like he's just like built-in Jacob's man. This is crazy, dude. And then finally in this tree, proprietary incendiary melee override. Press and hold your melee button to lob a STRM glider at an enemy. Once it reaches its target, it explodes and deals fire splash damage based on the amount of ammo in your gun when he threw the glider. And the damage can be up to 138. Cooldown 16 seconds. Stream glider, you think that's how it's pronounced? Yeah, this entire tree sounded pretty crazy. All right, so next tree. All right, so let's see. All right, okay, so that skill tree was Peacebreaker cannons, by the way. Peacebreaker cannons is the red tree, in case you're curious what tree we were just in. And now we're going green tree. Okay, hold on. And again, the green tree, hold on. You guys remember what that one was called? I don't remember what it was called. I think this one's melee. I'm pretty sure this is the melee tree. Real quick, guys, I apologize. I'm gonna go just hit the restroom real quick, grab a cold water. I'm out of drink and my throat's getting dry, so I'll be right back, okay? Okay, sorry about that, guys. Got me a cold drink. We're ready. All right, let's take a look at the green tree now. First skill up is passive. A passive called Handshake Deal. Okay, so Oh, okay. Wait. This might give us a... Okay, hold on. So we might have been wrong about some of those other skills based off of what we see here, right? Because look, 2%. And then I think it's saying that it increases to 3% with the next skill. So it only goes up by 1. Okay, so some of the things that we thought were cracked as hell maybe aren't as broke as we thought. But also melee damage doesn't increase here. So that doesn't sound right. Something's not right here. You're thinking, oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, you think that it adds 2%. Okay, that makes more sense because the gray part should be what's locked in right now. Yeah, right? So that would put it to 14% with another skill point. Huh. All right.
Use the fish for cover.
So, okay.
BO4 actually looks promising. Def pre-ordering.
Yes, it does look promising. What's up, Joshua? I hope you guys had fun playing Borderlands 4. I got a question for you. Did you play Vex? Yes. And if so, what's your thoughts on her incarnate skill? You're a big fan, a big Siren fan, but not of minions. Was incarnate, is that the one? I can't remember the name, what the skills did offhand. We showed some footage earlier. Basically, I could spawn in a minion that has a gun. And then if you get far enough down in the skill tree, I think your minion gets a copy of the gun that you're using, which could be pretty crazy. And then if you also want to, at the same time as having the companion with the gun, you can also spawn in the one that has the scythe. Oh, that's the kitty cat. Okay, anyhow. So the one with the scythe can like run around and hit enemies while the one with the gun just sits there and shoots. Incarnate is the one where she throws bombs. Oh, okay. I can't remember the skill names just yet. I still don't even know Rafa's skill things yet. We're kind of learning them together right now. You shoot out an orb to enemies. Okay, I didn't actually get to use that one then. I only used the clone one, I think. I don't think I used her other one at all. Or her other two at all, rather. Alright, so this one's Handshake Deal. You gain increased gun damage and melee damage. We're not sure if this is saying that it's 3% and then you gain 2% more with a skill point there. I'm not entirely sure. Then we got this one. Yeah, it's looking like it's probably adding an extra 2. Bonus corrosive damage the longer skill has been active. I don't know, let's go back here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of that, honestly. Or is that my bonus corrosive damage from this skill? Dude, that's from this skill. Okay, hold on. That's from this skill. This skill right here is adding to the other skill. That's what it is. No, I don't have Harlow's skill tree. Yeah. Your action skills deal bonus corrosive damage. The longer the skill has been active, the greater the bonus damage. So it literally tells you it's what the next point will be giving, you think? Yeah, hold on. Let's go to the next skill. 5%. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. Okay. I thought that was telling you. Yeah, no, because you're well, hold on. Yeah, because these don't have like the other thing on there, does it? Okay, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Dang it. I think you're right. It's definitely what the next point gives. Okay. Do I have any skill full to see if the number disappears? We can go back and look at my gameplay from Vex, but I don't think I had anything that was full. Dude looks like he's from Killer Instinct. Yeah, what's up, Tom? Green for sure means how much the next point will add. Okay. All right. Yep. So this one, Midnight Oil. Rafa's action skills deal bonus corrosive damage. The longer the skill has been active, the greater the bonus damage. So right now it's at 6% with 3 points in there, and then you get another 2%. Then over here we got Expedite. Overdrive skill. Overdrive grants Rafa further increased move speed. Your move speed 5%. You can do that 5 times. Then we got Diamond Hands. Dealing melee damage grants Rafa a stack of diamond hands. Gain increased gun damage for every stack of diamond hands. Wait a second. Hold up, man. Hold up. Wait. You go just to this skill in this tree, and then you go back to the other tree and you do that sniper stuff? You do the aim down sight sniper thing? Like, even with 1 point in this, that's 200% gun damage. Holy shit, dude. But once Rafa deals gun damage, stacks begin to decay quickly until they run out. Dude has critical ascension, bro. Dude has critical ascension. Do the trees work together Borderlands 3 style? Yes, you can put points in this tree, and points in this tree, and points in this tree. You can grab a passive from this tree to go with things from this tree if you want, but each melee only grants 1 stack though. Yeah, that's true. You'd have to really, like, you would melee the crap out of somebody. Maybe you find like a trash mob that you can melee without killing them. I don't know how you would do that. Yeah, you'd have to really melee the crap out of something. Maybe you can find an object to melee that would give you stacks. Any chances on who you think you'll main? I'm starting to lean toward Rafa right now. All right, up next, we got our Augment Dead Man Walking. Arc Knives does not end when its duration runs out. Instead, it only ends if Rafa enters Fight for Your Life or activates Blade Fury. While Arc Knives duration is depleted, Rafa loses health instead. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy, he gains an overshield. So, melee. So you can just walk around meleeing all the time. All right. A portion of Rafa's maximum health capacity is converted into maximum shield capacity. So this is interesting. If they have like a roid shield where your shield has to be broken, then this is going to be, these two skills are going to be kind of counterintuitive to that. Because like it's like boosting his shield a lot. Next, Augment Altered Cabron. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy while Arc Knives is active, restore a portion of your health capacity. Okay. Whenever you gain health, you deal bonus corrosive damage with all attacks and gain increased movement speed. This affects stacks. Wow. Okay. You get 30 health on kill. All right. Dial in whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a melee attack. His melee attacks gain critical hit chance. This chance stacks and all stacks are removed whenever Rafa critically hits an enemy. Well. Criticals on melee, dude. Criticals on melee. Yeah, this guy feels the closest to 0 so far, obviously. Your melee critical hits gain lifesteal. Okay. Dude. All right, in the zone, killing an enemy freezes overdrive's duration. What? Dude. If you... How does overdrive work again? Listen to K6 butcher these skill names is going to be hilarious. This one's called In Calzone. To the last passive skill, Rafa gains increased gun damage and increased skill damage. The lower his health, the greater the bonuses. So this works really well with these two skills, but it doesn't work well with these skills over here because these are like giving you health. This one, you want your health to be really low, your shield to be high, and have your overshield on, and then you would get skill damage and gun damage. And it's 5 stacks in that thing. Hard Sell. Whenever Rafa shields break, he instantly gains a portion of his shield maximum capacity as overshield. The skill cannot be used again until Rafa activates his action skill. So, okay, this almost sounds like, you guys know how like Krieg could do release the beast whenever he's like in danger. So it sounds like this is kind of like another situation like that, where, you know, with these other skills that we showed up here, where it's going to lower your health, but it's going to increase your shield, and then it's giving you like the overshield stuff. So like you could just like constantly be trying to pop your action skill to keep your shields up so you just don't die. All right, down here we got, not going to try it. Rafa gains increased action skill duration. There's 5 points in that skill. Acid Drop. Arc Knife's dash attack is replaced by Caustic Leap. Pressing LT causes Rafa to leap forward and create a caustic hazard wherever he lands. Whenever a mark is removed from an enemy, it explodes in a corrosive nova. Dang, all right. Yep, not gonna try it again. Rafa deals increased corrosive damage while his action skill is active. The longer it's been active, the greater the bonus. All right. 5-pointer in that. And this one was an augment, by the way, over here. Collaborate Ignition. Overdrive skill. Rafa deals bonus damage of his weapons element with all skills and ordinances while your overdrive is active. He has a lot of things that while overdrive is active, you're just getting insane damage boosts. Is level meter still refilled after every kill? Don't know. It's almost like, yeah, it almost feels like a deathless setup. Like it wants your health to be low so you do more damage, but you keep your shields up. You're gonna have to learn how to say them eventually. Nope, probably not. Parting Gift. Whenever Rafa activates his dash attack, he leaves behind a grenade. Oh, wait a second. If he has a grenade equipped, use that grenade instead. Enemies damaged by these grenades become marked. Whenever Rafa applies a mark to an enemy, apply an additional mark. Bro just poops out a grenade. You just dash and you poop out a grenade, dude. That's funny. Rafa gains increased ordnance cooldown rate. That stacks 5 times. Yep. Rafa gains increased splash damage, increased splash damage critical hit chance. Dude, he has some splash damage skills for sure. Some splash damage and some critical damage stuff. It's gonna be interesting if max level is 50. I think you unlock your first skill at level 2 or level 3. I'm not sure. I can't remember. That's 5, 10, 15. You'd be able to do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and then down here. So you'd be able to, you won't be able to capstone 2 trees, but you would be able to get down to here while still capstoning another tree. Maybe even down to here. I'm not entirely sure. How much of the game did I get to play? Not enough. Will this breakdown be on your YouTube? Yes. Yeah, I'll post this. I'll probably go through and edit it a bit so it's not as long and boring. Thunder Cutter. Arc Knives deal shock melee splash damage. Rafa deals increased splash damage. Bro, he has some splash damage boosts, man. So between this tree and the last tree that we looked at, he can boost splash damage a lot. What's max level? We don't know for sure, but it's at least 50 based off of footage that they've showed to the public. All right, and then we got Blowout. Whenever Rafa applies heavy arms mark or critically hits an enemy with his action skill, they explode in corrosive lobbed projectiles. The longer your action skill has been active, the more corrosive projectiles are spawned. So, wow. So you can get 6 projectiles the longer you're at. Okay, I don't know, man. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Protecto Pulse. Pressing LT while Arc Knives are active or Rafa retriggers his action skill, drains a portion of your shields and deals that much shock damage to nearby enemies. All right. Shock Market. Whenever Rafa deals splash damage, which is going to be often, it sounds like, you deal bonus shock damage based on the damage dealt. Huh. Booming Business. Whenever you critically hits an enemy, you gain a chance to spawn a free grenade. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, spawn a grenade based on that. Grenade chance 50%. Cooldown time 12 seconds. All right. One second here, guys. Bum-bum. All right, I just saw this pop up. Cashew. You probably can't read that. Cashew, another YouTuber who does a lot of Borderlands stuff. Guys, go follow Cashew. Says, now that embargo has lifted, I can finally say I'm team minimap 100%. We dying on that hill. Killer 6 was right. Compass doesn't hold a candle, and I miss it so much. And I can also tell you guys, I can also tell you guys, while we were in San Francisco, multiple other streamers came up to me after playing and they go, you were right. You were right about the mini map. You were right about the mini map. I was like, I know I was right. Anyhow, all right. Sorry. All right. Okay, so whenever Rafa deals ordnance damage, he also deals increased gun damage and melee damage. This affects stacks. Doesn't say, I guess the stacks are unlimited because it doesn't say like a stack limit. So ordnance damage would be your grenades, your rockets, things like that. And how would you stack it? I guess per rocket that you hit. Would it stack based, like if you shot rockets and they did like a splash puddle, and enemies stood in that puddle, would it just keep stacking stacks? Like there's some potential, since this is kind of vague, there's some potential for this to do some crazy damage too. All right. Sustainable energy. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains health regeneration based on how much overdrive time is remaining. Man, he's got quite a few health regen skills. It's for 8 seconds, so it makes sense. Yeah. Motivar. Pressing LT during arc knives grants increased overdrive duration. This bonus is reset whenever you activate an action skill. Increased overdrive duration, which means increased damage for everything, basically. Because overdrive, it sounds like when you have overdrive going, you're going to do some crazy stuff. Give Moxie a Jericho and watch the fun commence. Yeah, great. Cruel. Rafa gains increased skill damage with all skills. This is a passive on your capstone level. You gain increased skill damage with all skills. The longer your action skill has been active, the greater the bonus. Wow. Okay. Interesting. And then your actual capstone here is Galvanic Panic. Whenever Rafa performs a melee attack while arc knives are active, you fire an acid strim glider at an enemy in his view. The gliders deal corrosive splash damage based on the number of total marked enemies. Jesus. Nate Jiu-Jitsu, thank you for the 666. Appreciate you, man. LePunkerbo, thank you for 81 months too, man. I'm so sorry. I was like lost in the sauce there. And then QT Digi, thank you for the 5 months as well, man. Appreciate you. Based on the number of total marked enemies. Additionally, killing an enemy while arc knives is active restores action skill duration. Activating Blade Fury causes Rafa to fire a volley of gliders in front of him. How many total gliders can you have? It doesn't say, does it? Just says a volley of them. Yo, Nate, thank you for sex stuffing me too. Appreciate that. Yeah, corrosive splash. It's its own thing, dude. This dude has so many splash skills. Like Mose is like sitting in the corner crying and drooling right now. You just check Jolts' opinion video comment section. It really feels like there are a lot of bot comments to fuel negative sentiment. Either that or lots of commenters and comment likers are actually dumb, want to hate. Am I getting it wrong? Many strongly upvoted comments are so strange to you just from the wordings. I don't know, man. Listen, people can hate if they want. I'm excited and I'm interested in learning more. I'm not even gonna try and say that. Portion of all fire damage Rafa deals also deals bonus fire ordnance damage. All right. Inferno Protocol. While arc knives are active, your exosuit stores up all damage dealt to him. The exosuit then heats up. Bro, hold up. Are we looking at Athena Jr. right here with this one too? This is why your arc knives are active. Your exosuit stores all damage dealt. It heats up and constantly deals a small amount of fire damage. A small amount. All right, how much is the damage? It doesn't tell you how much is the damage. All bonus. Okay, all right. Anyhow, additionally, Rafa's melee attacks deal bonus fire damage. A portion of all damage dealt to Rafa is also dealt to the enemies he has marked. Using Blade Fury causes Rafa to consume all stored damage and deals bonus fire damage based on the stored damage. A portion of all damage dealt this way is returned to Rafa's health. Health drain is 6%. Oh, I didn't even see that. Thank you, guys. It was right there at the top. No wonder I couldn't read it. It was too obvious. 6 per second's not bad. Dude, you can stack up Wow. Okay. Like if you just let somebody wail on you during this, you can do some crazy stuff, man. Did I miss one, or was that the same one that I just now looked at? Oh yeah, I did miss that one. While overdrive is active, Rafa may use grenades while cooling down at the cost of his health. Every time a grenade is used this way, it costs more health until Rafa's grenade fully cools down. Okay, hold up. Okay, wait. So while overdrive is active, you can use grenades even while they're on cooldown, but it steals some of your health. It's 10% of your health. So you can do 10 of those before you lose 100% of your health, assuming enemies aren't also shooting you. Man, this is fun, dude. This guy's got some fun stuff going on. This one, activating Blade Fury. This is a capstone. Activating Blade Fury causes Rafa to spin his blade. Spin to win, baby! Creating a singularity that draws in all marked enemies and other nearby enemies while dealing continuous shock damage. Whenever his attack kills an enemy, overdrive grants increased action skill cooldown rate. So, you spin into a large group of enemies, pull them in, kill them, get your action skill cooldown. 10% current HP. Oh, it was 10%. Oh, thank you for pointing that out. So that last skill was 10% of your current HP. Which one was it? This one. Yeah, 10% of current health. Good point. Thank you guys for pointing that out. Not 10% of your total health when it started. Yeah, good point. So yeah, you could die pretty quick, brother. All right, yeah, good call. All right, and then the final skill in this tree is liquidation. Marked enemies killed by Rafa leave behind a corrosive hazard. You combine that with his splash skills, and if that puddle, if the corrosive hazard counts as a splash puddle, then that could be crazy. But otherwise, I don't know that that's worth being a capstone. All right, last tree for Rafa. This is the blue tree. I forgot what the blue tree was called too. All right, first skill in this tree called Rinse. It's a passive. You gain increased reload speed. Then you got an overdrive skill. You regenerate ammo while overdrive is active. Nice, dude. Okay, this guy is Mose, Zero, and Zane. What is happening? What is going on? This guy. You got ammo regen, and you got crazy aim down sight sniper damage. What is going on? And splash damage? Bro, what? No, I'm showing footage from when we went to San Francisco. I'm not actually playing right now. Yeah, these could be the craziest, strongest vault hunters ever. We still need to see how it works in action. We got a passive called the Thrill. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased fire rate. Bro, okay. If there's a Lyuda or a Boogeyman sniper in this game, if there's a Lyuda or a Boogeyman sniper or some sort of Vladov sniper, that's going to be this guy's jam. This guy's going to wreck face with a freaking Vladov sniper. You missed it. What's overdrive? That's a good question. Actually, I'm still kind of confused about what overdrive is myself. All right, this one, kill skill. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy, you gain increased ordnance cooldown. That's for your throwing knives, your rocket launchers. Battery subscription service. Now this one requires this skill. I didn't read that before. I don't know if the other ones say that or not. This one gains an additional charge. Oh, well, that makes sense because it's based off of that skill. So obviously it has to have that. Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Overdrive is procced by your healing item. Oh, okay. So you can literally trigger overdrive at any point as long as you have a healing stem thingy majiggy. All right, your lance gains an additional charge. Additionally, whenever Rafa consumes 4 or more charges, you gain increased action skill potency. Wow, 100% too. Wow. Podintro. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Activating an action skill grants health regen, more health regen. He's got health regen in all 3 of his skill trees, by the way. And several of them were near the top in each tree. Sangre por sangre. Sangre por sangre. Am I saying that right? Tell me I nailed that one. Some skills did require at least a point and another skill to use. Okay, thank you. Would fire rate increase the charge speed on new weapon manufacture? Actually, I don't know. If so, it would make the charge weapons pretty cool. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. This one, whenever Rafa consumes a charge, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate. This bonus is increased for every charge consumed. All right. That's blood for blood is what that is. Okay. That's what I said. I nailed it. Jolts explains it in his video. Yeah, guys, check out Jolts dude's video too. All right. Did I look at that one? I missed this one. So this was me trying to go really fast. Because again, I was running out of time. They were telling me that it was time to go talk to the developers. I was like, hold on, I got to get the skill tree. And they're like, we're on time crunch. Thank you, Lumi or Lumi. All right, this one's Prepardo. Nailed it. Whenever you reload your current gun, you gain increased action skill cooldown rate. This effect stacks. So you just sit there reloading your gun and you can stack your action skill cooldown rate? Wait, what? The duration is 8 seconds, so you need to find... Okay, so if you have a gun that can reload lightning fast, you have like a really fast reloading gun. Let's say you have a gun that takes 1 second to reload. Something else you might want to point out a few times. This was the test build. Yes, yeah, 100%. So Captain Spaulding has pointed out this is already 2-month-old build at this point of me like going over this. Some of these skills may have changed. Some of the descriptions may have changed. Some of the percent values may have changed. Don't feel like this is going to be locked in when the game comes out. Some of the stuff might be different. Might have more skills by the time this comes out. Might have 1 or 2 less skills. I don't even know, dude. All right, so let's say it takes 1 second to reload your gun with this thing. You have 8 seconds. It's 4 per stack. 32. Yeah, you would need like a really fast reloading gun. You would need a gun that you can reload in like a quarter of a second to really utilize this to its max, huh? Yeah, how the hell could you get 100 stacks with an 8-second duration? I don't understand that one either. It's 4% per stack. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. I'm confused by this one. I'm really confused by this one. Okay, the duration is... Oh, okay. So your duration is 8 seconds for each stack, right? Is that what we're saying? So you could literally sit there just reloading your gun beside of a vending machine. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. My brain's about to explode here, guys. You can put 5 points in this skill too, by the way. If you stood beside a vending machine and you just reloaded your gun over and over and get 100 stacks of it, my brain hurts. My brain. Okay, well, let's not think about that one. Let's let's go to the next skill. All right, first impression. The first shot from a fully loaded weapon mag deals increased damage, and that stacks 5 times. Vending machine playthrough win, right? What's up, Ozzo? How you doing, man? They would probably all they would decay after 8 seconds, I guess. Yeah, probably. All right. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased weapon handling with all weapons and action skills while overdrive is active. The longer overdrive has been active, the greater the bonus. Huh. Metal management. Whenever you activate or re-trigger an action skill, your gun consumes no ammo. Bro. Dude, this is Mose and Zero had a baby. Mose and Zero had a baby, bro. And they named him Rafa. This is nuts. Whenever you activate or re-trigger an action skill, your gun consumes no ammo, but it's only 2 seconds though. It's only 2 seconds. But 2 seconds with a Vladov sniper? That's an eternity, bro. Only 2 seconds though. All right. Huh. The only 2 seconds part's got me though. Like, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. How many shots from a Vladov sniper can you get out? That's a fair bit. Yeah, that's a fair bit on a super high fire rate Vladov sniper. All right. Potential. There's potential there. Potential there. You combine that with that other skill that had ammo regen. You know what I'm saying? 2 seconds with a torque sticky could be interesting as well. Yeah. Bro, I went really fast here, didn't I? There we go. Whenever Rafa throws a grenade or a throwing knife, he gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Wait, what? What? Oh my god, bro. Okay. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased weapon handling with weapons and action skills while overdrive is active. Here's an augment. Engorged boar. You can't. Hold up. I'm not even going to read this skill. I'm not even going to read this skill just yet. I saw the word boar. All right. You gain increased projectile size, projectile speed with your lance, and increased number of chains. Wow. Okay. Well, it's only with your lance. Engorge. Whenever Rafa damages an enemy with a skill, he gains a stack of whatever that is. Is it Jock? I don't know. For every stack of that, he gains increased overdrive bonuses. Whenever overdrive ends, you lose all stacks. All right, there's 5 points to be had in that. So that's going to be what, 5% to your overdrive bonuses? Whenever you damage them with a skill. So the more times you can hit them with your skill, which again, if you're doing this boar thing, you would hit them probably 3 enemies at once. That would be 15%. That would stack 20 times. That's a lot, dude. There's some crazy math that's going to happen with this character. All right, this one, overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased gun damage while overdrive is active. This bonus is doubled while Rafa is charging. So check this out. Hold up. All right, so this one stacks 5 times, or this one has 5 points for this skill. You pop your cannon, and then with the other skill from the other tree where you're doing the sniping, you stay aim down sights. Your gun damage is going to be, you hit yourself with an injection to give yourself overdrive, and then your gun damage is going to be doubled. Wow, there's some crazy stuff happening here. Gibastruct module. Whenever Rafa kills an enemy with his lance, spawn a free grenade on that enemy. If Rafa has a grenade equipped, spawn a copy of that grenade instead. So if we get some crazy grenades, this augment would be really interesting. You'd have to kill the enemy with your action skill to get that to happen though. I think your augment's better used elsewhere, but that could still be fun. Drone defense. Whenever you activate it, ordnance, that'd be your grenade or your launcher again, you get some more strim gliders that hover near him. As he takes damage, transfers some of that damage to your gliders. Once a glider receives too much damage, it explodes, dealing corrosive splash damage to nearby enemies. You get 3 of those. Bro, okay, so this is at least our second or third companion thing that we've heard as well. So it sounds like there's some potential for some companion builds as well, just like what we saw in Wonderlands with my recent playthrough. All right, next. Did I miss one? Couldn't tell if I missed one or not. I did. Oh, there I went back. All right, there we go. Rafa gains increased status effect chance and also gains further increased shock chance. All right. Ojo Rojo. Am I saying that right? Ojo Rojo. Your lance gains increased critical hit chance. Whenever you damage an enemy with the lance, gain increased further critical hit chance. Wow, okay. So a lot of crit damage. Good job. Thanks, man. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. That means red eye? Okay. All right, brain. Oh, sorry. Whenever I'm using this video playback thing, it stutters. It wasn't from the footage. Brain dump. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains critical hit chance with his guns while overdrive is active. Dude, it's going to be hard to choose your skills. If level cap is 50, it's going to be really hard to like choose what things we spec into. There's so much potential, dude. So much potential here. All right. Yeah, that's some good critical damage there. All right, then we got after sliding, your action skill deals bonus shock damage, deal increased critical hit damage again. My God, dude. The right tools, you gain increased ordnance damage after reloading your gun, and that stacks 10 times. That stacks. Detonation. Whenever you damage an enemy with an action skill, you place a remote detonator on that enemy. Oh man, detonate all remote detonators. So you can hit multiple enemies with your action skill and then detonate it, gain increased damage and increased splash damage for every remote detonation. Also, it's going to boost your splash damage even further. My man. Whenever overdrive ends, convert all stacks into mate stacks. Gain increased action skill cooldown rate for each stack of mate. Once your action skill is readied, you lose all stacks of that. Okay. All right. And then deadline. Overdrive skill. Rafa gains increased fire rate and increased reload speed while overdrive is active. More fire rate. Passive capstone. Per my last. Whenever Rafa deals damage with an action skill to an enemy, he gains a chance to deal that damage again. Wow. Okay. It's 4%. I think it's gonna, at most it would cap to 20%, but I don't know if we'll get that much or not. All right, then your capstone, your lance weapon is replaced with a an incendiary laser that pierces enemies. Pressing and holding LT causes the laser to deal increased damage and chain to more enemies as it consumes charges. What the hell is happening here? This is crazy stuff. All right. Project Basilisk. Your lance now fires a corrosive blob that leaves a corrosive hazard and splits into several more smaller projectiles whenever it detonates. The more charges the lance consumes at once, the more it splits. Dang. And then a passive is drone assault. Whenever you activate or retrigger an action skill, you send out a glider at an enemy in his view. Once it arrives, it explodes in a corrosive explosion equal to my remaining health. Okay, Fiesta. Whenever Rafa applies a status effect, which is going to be often, his action skills consume no duration, and the lance consumes no charges. What? So basically, you can keep your action skill going just by constantly applying status effects? Okay. Oops. Skipped one there. Project Ryu. Your weapon is replaced with a close range shocking taser burst. Pressing and holding causes Rafa to deal shock damage all around him. The longer Rafa holds this attack, the greater the damage it deals. The damage scale is 50% per second. Wow. And then finally, all, which is another passive on the capstone level. Rafa, whenever you shock an enemy, all shots fired at that enemy are critical hits. Wow. Wow. All right. So as you can see, you have an augment slot and a capstone slot. What does it say about the augment slot again? Augments enhance action skills with the secondary effects that are exclusive to their linked skill. You can equip one augment at a time and swap freely between those that you have unlocked. Okay. Capstones transform action skills to powerful effects and are exclusive to that linked skill. You can equip one capstone at a time and swap freely between those that you've unlocked. All right, and then we also have this screen right here. This is really cool because this shows you your damage multipliers. Or wait, damage stats, kinetic damage multiplier. So if I had any skills that were boosting these things, you would see that in this tree here. Interesting. All right. There you go. Okay, so now I wanted to show you somebody else's footage. Just give me a second. I'm going to switch screens here. Let's close that out. Let me find this. I want to make sure I pull up the right folder. All right, let's do, I think Rest Assured. I think Rest Assured had the footage that I'm looking for here. Okay, yeah. All right. So let's go full screen. Let me get you guys Rest Assured's YouTube channel real quick too. Rest Assured. There we go.
When it comes to the best Warlock builds in Destiny, your initial thought...
Okay. Here's Rest Assured's channel. Go give them a follow real quick. All right. Let's see. Yep, he's got his first impressions video up too. All right, but let's take a look at his footage here because I wanted to show you guys. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Yeah. Okay, so remember how we fought Horus in my footage, right? And then Horus ends up having that immune phase right there, right? All right, well, check this out. Rest Assured also finds Horus out in the wild. Let's see if I can figure out where it's at in here. He also does the spaceship mission and dies. Somewhere back here, he runs into Horus. Or did I pass it? Might have been before he went over there.
Use the fish for cover.
69 months.
Huh. Well, somewhere in his footage, he fights Horus again out in the wild. Now I can't find it. Okay, hold on. I have a timestamp written down here somewhere. Yo, who was that? Scram, thank you for 69 months, dude. Let me find my... Got timestamps written down. Somewhere in here. In one of my notebooks. Doo-doo-doo.
Use the fish for cover.
Yo,
Stop leaving
Captain
these on the
Spouting!
floor. I almost tripped on this one.
Alright, let's see. There's Birdman's, there's Legacy
Use the fish for
Games,
cover.
Eruption Fang. Yo, Rocky, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Appreciate you, man. Rest Assured. Alright. Might be in the other one. But I don't want to open up anything that I'm not supposed to open up on stream. Hold on one second here. So let's see. That's the one that ends with 25915. Okay. Alright. Okay, yeah. It's in this footage and it's at 106. Okay. Alright. I'm in the right ballpark now.
Use the fish for cover.
I found this in Rikey's box under his bed. Don't ask what I had found in there.
I won't ask. I won't tell. All right, so here he runs in. This is Rest Assured again. So here's his channel. Please go drop him a sub on YouTube. He runs into Horus in the wild. And You can see he's using a different Vex skill. Is this the one that you guys were asking about earlier? He's a level 10 Horus. He's level 9. But people were worried about the immune phase, and I'm pretty sure it's just story only, because watch what happens when we get to the shield clear out here. Oh yeah, also he's on mouse and keyboard. Somebody else had asked how this worked with mouse and keyboard, and here it shows you the image there for what that's worth. But as you can see, no immune phase. Cleared the shield, no immune phase. Those of you guys that was worried about that. The immune phase was just on story kill, because they were explaining story stuff when he did that. The dash is cool, it really is. And then as you can see, I heard an achievement sound pop. So there's an achievement for probably killing world bosses, or at least killing Horus in the wild. As you can see, he drops a bunch of Terramorphous loot, no legendaries from that guy. So for those of you guys that complained that legendaries were too common, there you go. And once again, look at the map, dude. The map is gigantic, man. Yeah, again, guys, go subscribe to Rest Assured on his YouTube channel. There's the links. And he goes through all the cosmetics there too. All right, what else? I guess you guys want to see Vex's skill tree now, right?
Use the fish for cover.
Damn 80 months of getting to watch this amazing sponsor BL4 stream. I can't think of a better person that deserves this and goes so in depth of the game. Thank you for everything that you do for us and the community overall. Keep up the fantastic work, you, and as always use the damn fish for cover.
It cut you off. I'm so sorry. Chaos 1820, thank you so much, man. Enigma Nero, thank you for 47 months. Chaos, thank you for 80 months. Thank you for the follow, GP478. And again, if you guys haven't followed, it's completely free. If you guys want to follow, you can. Let's see. What other footage did we want to show? Let me see here. What else did we want to show? Oh, Vex's skill tree. So let me close out his footage there. Let me go back in and I'll pull up my Vex skill tree. Boop. Vex tree. There we go. All right. So now we got Vex's skill tree. Let's pause this for a second. Video full screen. All right. Were you guys okay with me explaining things the way that I did last time, where we just go skill by skill and look at them like that? Is everybody cool with that or what? It was fine. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So this one, I think it's not until the 24-second mark or so. Yep. All right. Here we go. Okay. So Vex's skill trees. This one's the Here Comes Trouble tree. Is that what it's called? So this is the pet tree, I guess. All right. First skill up here is Grave Sustenance. Kill skill, restore a percentage of missing action skill duration. So getting kills, you're going to restore some of your action skill duration. All right, come on, me from the past. There we go. Enchantment. This one, Vex gains a bonus kinetic damage with weapons while her action skill is active. All right. Blood is magic. Vex deals increased action skill damage the higher her health. So if your health is maxed out, you're going to deal extra action skill damage. Thank you guys for the follows and the subs, man. I really appreciate it. And again, I will be live doing Borderlands 4 this weekend in Hollywood as well. So if you haven't already hit follow, now's a good time to do so. All right, next. Hasty Fiends. Vex and her minions gain increased movement speed and damage reduction. Nice. Yao and Bay. Vex's minions gain increased maximum health capacity. Vex gains increased gun damage for a duration after commanding trouble. So you can do like your attack commands like you did with Flak, you know, point at an enemy, and by doing that, you will gain increased gun damage for a short duration after that. That has a 5-pointer skill. So it looks like you could potentially get up to 25% gun damage with that just by telling your enemy to attack somebody. All right, next we got a augment command skill. This one's called Blink Strike. It's a command skill. You command your pet to go do something. To blink strike a target. Wait, you command Trouble to blink strike target enemy, dealing damage. Blink Strike always critically strikes enemies that are below half health. So if you've weakened an enemy, but say you've encountered one of those strong modifier enemies and you're like, man, this guy's being a pain, but you got him down to half health, tell your pet to go finish him off, you know. The Jax, thank you so much, man, for giving out that sub to Cal Prius. Thank you so much, dude. For my transgression, I'll give the sub. Oh god, what was it? Wait, what did you do? You did not just mansplain a channel VIP. So you must be so embarrassed. What did you do? I'm so confused. It doesn't matter. You're awesome, the Jax. Oh, Scram. Oh, please show me the map. Okay. Yeah, Scram was messing around. I get it now. I see what happened. All right. Blink Strike always critical strikes enemies. Okay. Below half health. Overprotective kill skill. Vex and her minions gain overshield. Overshield plus 4%. That's a 5-point skill. Violent outburst command skill. Press and hold LB to command Trouble to explode himself, dealing ordnance damage to all nearby enemies and restoring health to Vex. Bro, you're just telling your cat to go just squeegee side bomb somebody? That's crazy. While Phase Familiar is active, sacrifice 30% of his maximum health capacity instead. All right, that sounds better. You do restore 75% of maximum health capacity, though. Bro. Bro. Hold up. So if you have one of your familiars out. Yeah. Dude, if you have one of your Phase Familiars out. Yeah. Dude, that's a good way to heal. Holy crap. All right, damn. Sorry. Get distracted. Grave Command. Kill skill. Restore a percentage of Trouble's command skill cooldown and respawn cooldown. Okay. Morning. Vex's kill skills gain increased effectiveness. Kill skill effectiveness 6%. That's a 5-point skill. Claw and Bang. Vex and her minions gain increased melee damage and ordnance damage. Overheal. While Vex has overshield, she and her minions gain health regeneration. So, dude, there's a lot of good health regeneration skills in her tree already, too. All right. Vex and her minions gain critical hit damage. That's a 5-pointer there, so potentially up to 15% extra critical hit damage. That's nice. All right, we got Grave Current. This is a passive. Vex's minions gain bonus shock damage on kill skills. This is a kill skill. Vex's minions gain bonus shock damage. Minion bonus shock damage 5% per stack. Maximum stacks 3 and then lasts for 10 seconds. All right. And then we got an augment beast mode command skill. Press and hold LB to command Trouble to enter beast mode, becoming immune to damage and gaining increased minion attack speed and movement speed for a duration. Kill skill. Extend beast mode's duration. Trouble attack speed multiplier 30%. Trouble movement speed multiplier 30%. So, dude, there's some skills here to like have Trouble do all the work for you, basically. Another passive skill, shocking attunement. Attune skill. While Vex is attuned to shock, Vex gains movement speed and gun damage. Now, an attune skill just means this skill would work if you are using a shock weapon. If you have a shock weapon in your hand, right? That's my understanding of this here. No need for Moxie weapons. Thank goodness, man. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. So if you switch off of shock, then it'll last for 6 seconds still yet. All right. Keen Fiends. Minion damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. Bro, she gets some flak skills right there. Are the class mods in this game similar to Wonderlands where it increases power, or similar to Borderlands 3 where it gives you a kind of ability like the Peregrine? We don't know. We didn't have any class mods during this. I don't think. I don't remember if we had class mods actually. Vorpal Fang. Trouble gains chance to critically hit with all attacks. Command skill. Press and hold LB to command Trouble to summon phased daggers overhead that fire at enemies that fire at nearby enemies, dealing melee damage on impact. So my cat gets daggers, bro. Don't get any ideas, precious. All right, next. Elemental Essence. Vex gains increased elemental damage, and that's all elements. Double this effect when an action skill is active. Okay. Huh. All right. So you pop your action skill, you get out like your minions, and then you just get flat bonus elemental damage. Nice. I love it. Blast Rights. An ordnance activation. Vex gains overshield and increased fire rate for a duration. It's an 8-second duration. Yes! Jesus Christ. Provolone Wanderer with a $50 tip. Bro, thank you so much. Thank you. He says, thanks for being there for us. Thank you, man. Holy crap. Hey, Killer, I saw the PC requirements, but I was wondering, do you know what res that is at? No clue. I genuinely don't know anything about any of that stuff, man. I will ask questions while I'm at the LA event, and I've made a section on my Discord server. If you want, I think it's just called questions to ask Gearbox. This is the section on my Discord server. If you want, !Discord, go over there and leave your questions, and I will try and ask them to Gearbox. So if you want, then I'll do my best. All right. Next. Hexus Nexus. Trouble now taunts enemies, making them more likely to target him. Command skill. Press and hold LB to command Trouble to charge target enemy, dealing melee damage in an area on impact and creating a singularity for a duration. Okay. Icy Attunement. Attune kill skill. While Vex is attuned to Cryo, killing an enemy restores ammo and ordnance cooldown. Effects persist for a duration after attunement's over. It's another 6-second duration extender. Overspirited. It's a kill skill. Killing an enemy with ordnance damage or action skill will spawn an explosive remnant that deals cryo ordnance damage to nearby enemies. Explosive remnant gains increased damage based on overkill damage. All right. So far, her skills aren't nearly as exciting as Rafa's were to me. That section of your Discord may potentially get ugly. Well, it just gives me people to ban easily then if it happens, you know. Blasted Fiends. Vex gains increased ordnance damage. A percentage of Vex's ordnance damage increases minion damage. Okay. 10% of all increases to ordnance. Okay. All right. Corporeal says Vex and her minions gain increased maximum overshield capacity and overshield duration. While she has an overshield, she and her minions gain increased damage dealt. All right. Infernal Sum. Vex and her minions deal increased critical hit damage to enemies below 66.6% HP. Clever. 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 Hold on, what did Moxie say here? Oh yeah, he's got his video. I didn't tweet out my video, did I? I should do that. Let's do that. Let's tweet out my video. Finally, I can tell you my experience playing Borderlands 4. Let's do a hashtag. Hashtag Borderlands 4 early. Thanks to @2K for hashtag sponsoring this video and flying me to SF to play early. All right, there we go.
Use the fish for cover.
Dunzo. All right. XP Hockey, thank you for 17 months. Milbread, thank you for the prime sub. Provolone Wanderer, thank you again for the 50.
Saturday.
Oh, are you gonna be there, XP Hockey? Please do come say hi, man. Please do. That'd be awesome, man. All right, so we're on Infernal Sum. All right, we did that one. All right, cool. All right, next. Sacrificial Essence. Vex and her minions gain increased damage dealt, but Vex gains increased damage taken for a duration. Stacks are lost when Vex dodges or enters fight for your life. Ooh, okie dokie. Okie dokie. I gotta be honest, I'm not feeling Vex's skill tree as much as I was with Rafa. Rafa has so many things where I'm just like, this sounds like fun. A lot of Vex's stuff, I'm just like, I don't really want to like point at enemies and tell my pet to go do stuff. I want to shoot things, man. I don't know. Luckily, you're close to LA and you got picked. Can't wait to check it out. Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait to see you, man. Come say hi. Reawakening. Whenever Vex or minions critically hit, there's a chance to restore action skill cooldown. Like nothing's like, none of her skills are just like I'm like, whoa, yeah. But like with Rafa, I was like, yeah, freaking yeah. Didn't it play like Borderlands 3 and handled, yeah, everything felt great. When I was playing, I had a lot of fun playing. When Vex deals gun damage, there's a chance to spawn a spark remnant. Will seek out a nearby enemy and explode, dealing shock minion damage to nearby enemies. All right. 60% of gun damage dealt. So it'll be a shock minion. So I'm wondering if she has something at some point that increases damages based off of how many minions she has. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, chat? You know what I'm saying? All right. Grave Thirst. Kill skill. Vex and her minions gain lifesteal for a short duration. Actually 16-second duration. That's pretty good. 1.5 per stack. Max stacks 3. That's 3. It's 4.5%. Almost 5%. Oh, wait. And then minion lifesteal is pretty good too. All right, cool. And then Infusion, whenever Vex uses a rep kit, that's the thing that, you know, you heal with. Vex and her minions gain a bonus damage with weapons and melee damage for a duration. And 6 in this. You got 5 points in that skill, so it'll be interesting to see how much that can go up to. All right, your capstone, Unsealed. Trouble will now mark its current target, causing them to take increased gun damage from Vex. Now we're talking. That's better. Kill skill, whenever a marked enemy is killed, Trouble gains a stack of Unsealed for a duration, granting health regeneration and increased damage. While Phase Familiar is active, Unsealed effects are doubled. Okay. Then your passive on the capstone level is Storm Blast. Vex gains increased shock damage and shock status effect damage. All right. Other capstone is Double Trouble. Trouble now gains a chance to create an illusion near the enemy when dealing damage. Critical hits have double that chance. Illusions become badasses while Phase Familiar is active. What now? What the hell? So is it a double of the pet or is it just an illusion? I'm confused. Illusion damage multiple. No, it does damage. And you can have up to 3 of them at a time? Okay, hold on. She clearly is going to have something about the number of companions she has out at once, right? Surely. Tail Whip. This is another passive on the capstone level. Trouble gains the ability to tail whip, dealing damage to an area over 2 hits. Damage per hit 47. All right. Next capstone, Trouble Bubble. What's up, Biscuit? Come on over. Come on, come say hi. See his tail. Hi, it's me, Biscuit. You're my trouble, aren't you? Trouble now gains Overshield whenever he deals damage. While Phase Familiar is active, Trouble gains an elemental aura, dealing ordnance damage over time to nearby enemies. Overshield gained 80% of damage dealt. Aura 6 every 5.5 seconds. Okay. So Trouble gains an elemental aura, dealing ordnance damage. Okay, so all right. Okay. And then finally, the final passive down here is Shiver. Vex gains increased cryo damage and cryo status effect damage. All right. Next tree. There's the face familiar descriptor. What up? Let's see. They've made some improvements to the. Oh wait, what? Since this build, we've made a lot of improvements. Namely, we've taken a path and optimized the compass icon ranges to prevent overlap. Oh, okay. Hey, that's good to hear. Listen, that's awesome. It came on late and it won't be in the demo this weekend, but we've addressed the feedback. Hey, that's awesome. Yo, thank you. And thank you, Graham. Was that in response to my tweet or? That's cool. Hey, listen, they're listening to us, man. That's what you want to see. You want to see the developers actually saying, all right, listen, we've heard you. And you know what? On certain things like that, we agree. So it sounds like they've realized that the compass clutter was a bit too much. And it sounds like they've spaced it out. Oh, it's a response to Jolts. Awesome. And I think we all had the same complaint. All right, I'm going to let Biscuit out. I'll be right back. Sorry. Yo, thank you for the follow, DMBR74. All right, sorry about that. That's how my cat lets me know that he wants out. He jumps up on my lap, lets me pet him for a few seconds, and when he jumps down, he that's his cue that he wants out. Yeah, that is good news that they listen about the compass being so cluttered. I appreciate them listening. I appreciate them taking that feedback and working with it. Now, how about a mini map? I'm just saying, we're all saying mini map. All right, Phase Covenant, Vault Hunter trait. Vex is attuned to the elemental type of her current guns, converting all action skill and melee damage into that. So that's what those attunement skills mean, is that you're attuned to the element that you're holding in your hand at the time. All right, then here's Dead Ringer. Spawn a phase clone minion, choosing either Spectre or Reaper. All right, hang on one second, guys. All right, sorry about that. All right, let's see, what are we talking about? Hey, just got here. Hi K6. So did the game seem fun? Yes. Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing. I mean, obviously I still have some concerns like lack of minimap. I can't remember all the things that I was concerned about, but it sounds like they've already started addressing some of the concerns because developers have been posting on Twitter in response to our videos and stuff, so that's good. All right, yeah, let's go back to this. Let's see. So you can choose a phase clone minion, either a Spectre or a Reaper. Phase clones lose an ever-increasing amount of health per second, and their damage type matches Vex's current attunement when spawned. Press left trigger to spawn a Reaper that taunts enemies and deals melee attack damage. Plus, press R trigger to spawn a Spectre that deals gun damage and cannot move. So think of this like the Doppeljack clones from the pre-sequel. If you guys have never played the pre-sequel, Doppeljack, fun as hell. Fun as hell. All right, so Reaper damage 26, Spectre damage 8 per shot. But I think they said that somewhere there's a skill where the Spectre gets a copy of your gun. I don't know. We'll find that here in a second. All right, let's go ahead and look. And then we have Incarnate. Vex creates a phase explosion, dealing damage to nearby enemies, fully restoring her health. Wow. Okay. While active, you can use Eldritch Blast, gains increased movement speed. Dude, that sounds like fun. I kind of wish I'd used that while I was playing. Shoot. Now, one thing, while we were playing, we had a skill tree locked in for us. We didn't get to choose our skill tree. So our skill tree already had points in it where they wanted the points to go. So we didn't get to like adjust. Do you think they'll reveal the intro song on Saturday? I have no idea. It would be cool, but at the same time, I kind of want to be surprised when the game comes out too, you know? All right, so we're in the blue tree, which is the Doppeljack kind of tree. All right, let's take a look at what we got here. We got Sanguine Fiends, sorry. Vex and her minions regenerate health over time. That's a kill skill. More health regen. You know, this game appears to have a lot of health regen, but not like crazy health regen values. So it seems like they've learned from Zane and Amara and the things that they were able to do. How do you like weapon sounds in comparison to Borderlands 3? Everything seemed fine. From what you've heard in the demos, it seems a little more muted. I turned my game volume down a little bit, I think, on mine. Will it be the heavy again? I have no idea. You guys know as much as me. Sorry. All right, cool. Next, we got Vex and her minions. This is Idle Hands. Vex and her minions gain reload speed based on the fullness of her health. So if you have full health, your reload speed is going to be pretty fast. And that stacks. That's got a 3-point boost there. Precious, what's up? Cold Iron passive. Vex and her minions gain increased gun damage. Just flat gun damage increase. I like that. Fell Inscriptions. Vex and her minions gain increased melee damage and maximum health capacity. Melee damage plus 6%. Maximum health capacity 6%. Cursed Blade. Vex's melee attacks apply curse to enemies, making them take kinetic status effect damage anytime they take gun damage. Huh. So you melee an enemy, and then you shoot them, and they're going to take the gun's normal damage, plus they're going to take kinetic status effect chance, or status effect damage. Interesting. Spawning a Reaper grants Vex and her minions health regen. Spawning a Spectre grants Vex and her minions critical hit chance for duration. And both effects can stack. You can stack 3 times. Yeah, you can summon in multiple minions as well. So you could summon in like 3 Spectres or 3 Reapers if you want or whatever, you know what I mean? Get pretty crazy there. Next, we got Portents of Suffering. Vex and her minions gain increased status effect damage. That's 6%. Yo, Vincor, thank you for 6 months, dude. Appreciate ya. You would like to see Precious? Precious, come here. Come here. Come here. What's going on? She wants to go in the closet for some reason. What's up? Come here. She doesn't want to come over here. She's like, it seems like a trap. All right, next we got Gas Blaster. Minion skill Spectres gain the ability to use Gas Blast, dealing gun damage to all nearby enemies on impact. Spectres will use Gas Blast on spawn and after they reload. All right, nice. Gun damage, love it. Grave Assault, fire rate for duration. Blood Sacrifice skills are triggered when your minions die. So this is Doppeljack. This is literally Doppeljack. Except your minions aren't going to die just by you moving this time. So in the pre-sequel, anytime you moved a certain distance, your Doppeljack would despawn, aka die, and then it would teleport forward to you. But in this case, you can just put out a bunch of minions, and then as enemies kill them, you're triggering your kill skill each time one of them dies. That's actually really good. That's a really good skill. Grave Fiends. Kill skill. Vex and her minions deal increased damage. Nice. That's a kill skill that gets triggered if a minion dies. Then you got Grave Quickening, another kill skill. Vex gains increased action skill cooldown rate. Nice. That's stacked as well. Extra Cursed. Cursed damage now triggers on minion melee damage and deals increased damage when it's triggered by a critical hit. Cursed damage on critical hit 200%. Cursed damage now triggers on minion melee damage. Wow. 200%. That's pretty big. Vex gains increased minion damage. Minion skills and command skills gain further increased damage. We got a augment Banshee's Wail minion skill. Reapers can now use Banshee's Wail periodically, dealing damage to all nearby enemies and granting overshield to nearby allies. Damage increases apply to overshield granted to allies. Damaged enemies deal reduced damage for a duration. It drops their damage dealt by 50%. Wow. Okay, that's pretty nice. All right, prismatic weaponry. Vex and her specters deal bonus damage with gun critical hits. Nice. Bonus damage is a random elemental type. Oh, the changes on reload. I'm sorry, Precious. You okay? Where'd you go? What are you doing? You okay? Come here. Come say hi. Come say hi to everybody. You're my minion. Or am I yours? I'm your minion, aren't I? See yourself over there on the camera? Look how pretty you are. Are you sponsored by this video? No? Okay. Okay. Alright, I'll let you down. She hates being held up here. I got my Twitch pillow. Sorry. Had to give the kitty some love. You know how it is. You gotta love the kitty. She's a Reese's Puff. She is a chunky little kitty. Okay, bonus damage with gun critical hits. Bonus damage is relevant. All right, so it's a random element type. The changes on reload. It increases for each active attunement. Wow. Okay. That could be interesting. All right, we got recurrence. Whenever Vex deals gun damage or melee damage, you gain a stack of recurrence, which increases her and her minions' gun damage and melee damage. Stacks of recurrence are lost if a new stack has not been gained for a duration. Gun damage damage. Wait, what? Wait. This feels weird to call. Feels weird to list it that way. I don't. What's my gun damage? Oh, you know. What's my melee damage? I feel like there's just a little typo there, maybe. Max stacks 50. Okay, hold up. Wait. Whenever you deal gun damage or melee damage, you gain a stack of recurrence, which increases her and her minions' gun damage and melee damage. They are lost if a new stack has not been gained for a duration. The duration is 5 seconds. You can have 5 seconds. You have 5 seconds to keep building stacks. You can get 50 stacks. All right, somebody do the math. What's 50 times 0.1? Okay. Hey, Siri. What's 0.16 times 50? 8. So it's only 8% gun damage. But those numbers will go up. Those numbers will go up the more points you put into that. I dropped my phone, sorry. So depending on how high these numbers go, it could be really good. So like if it ends up being like 20, that would be insane. That'd be stupid actually. 8 plus a new phone screen. K6, in your gameplay, did you see how stacks are displayed? I don't think I got to anything that built stacks. I don't think I had anything that had stacks. Hellish Harvest. Minion skill. Reapers gain the ability to use Hellish Harvest, dealing melee damage 3 times in a large area around themselves and regenerate health for each enemy hit. Reapers will use Hellish Harvest on spawn and every 3rd time they melee attack. Damage is 32 per hit. That's an augment. Burning Attunement. Attune skill. While Vex is attuned to incendiary damage, Vex and her minions gain critical hit damage and status effect application chance. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. Prismatic Ichor or Ichor. Ichor? Either way. When Vex and her minions apply a status effect, apply another random elemental status effect. Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. And that's a 5-point skill. All right. Wither. Another augment. Minion skill. Specters cast Wither on an enemy when they spawn, dealing status effect damage over time and increasing damage taken for a duration. So they increase the damage taken for the enemy by 30%. That's like basically you summon your minion and they basically apply a debuff to enemies. It's like your minion just slags them essentially for that. That UI seems mad. This part I like. I'm good with the skill tree. I like the skill tree. The thing that I don't like is the weapon UI. I didn't like that. Do you have the time when you guys are starting? Do you have the time when you? Yeah, it's gonna be East or West Coast time. I don't know the specifics on any of the other stuff yet. Her character seems very Wonderlandsy to me. Why? Wait, what? I mean, in terms of like the skills, or? All right, next we got Blight Attunement. Attune kill skill. While Vex is attuned to corrosive, killing an enemy creates a haunting remnant minion. Another minion that you can spawn in for a duration that seeks out nearby enemies, dealing corrosive status effect damage over time. Kill skill. Restore haunting remnants duration. Wow. Okay. So while that minion's out, you get a kill and the minion just stays out. He stays out for 24 seconds anyhow. Oh, and then you get 4 seconds extra. So you get 4 extra seconds on a kill. And then the cooldown's a full minute. That she's got some pet stuff going on for sure. Keen Suffering. This is a passive status effect. Damage gains a chance to critically hit. Gasturbate. Whenever Vex dodges, she creates a specter nearby and becomes invisible for a duration. Feels like this should have been the icon for Gasturbate, though. Am I right? All right, now, whenever Vex dodges, she creates a specter nearby and becomes invisible for... Oh, crap. She becomes invisible for a duration. 8 seconds, she becomes invisible. Wow. Cooldown 120 seconds. I'm guessing that as you put points in this, the cooldown becomes lower. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy right there. Gasturbatorium. All right, next. Shot to go. When Vex swaps her current gun, her new gun has its ammo partially restored. Wait a second. There's no cooldown on this. Dude, this is like Vex can just run around swapping weapons and restore ammo. Yeah, just keep swapping your weapons and you're restoring your ammo. Every time you're running, you just keep swapping. That's crazy. All right, cool. Reverberations. Melee damage dealt by Vex and her minions have a chance to deal incendiary melee damage. 25% chance. Damage dealt 30% of initial damage dealt. Horus Pex. Horus Pex? I don't know. Melee override. Vex now throws a phase dagger from her offhand that deals melee damage to enemies hit. Phase daggers can critically hit. Kill skill. Phase daggers cooldown is reset. The cooldown's 8 seconds. That's actually not bad. And you just melee. It's a melee override. You throw out a phase dagger. Wow, okay. Spirit Bomb. Reapers gain maximum health capacity and will release a Spirit Bomb remnant when they die. Wait, is this another companion? No, Spirit Bomb remnant. Okay. Dealing damage to the elemental type to nearby enemies. Okay. Ancient Rites. Vex gains a stack of Ancient Rites for every active minion. Okay, here it is. This is where it starts to get crazy. Right here. This skill. Yeah, exactly. What you said. What? K6, do you see Graham's tweet about the compass? Yes. Yeah, somebody brought that up a little bit ago. Yeah, I'm excited about that. All right, Vex gains a stack of Ancient Rites for each of her active minions every second, increasing minion damage. But it doesn't increase her damage. But the minion damage could get stupid. It's a max stacks 40. And we're going to be able to boost this percentage number by putting more points in the skill. Dude, we're going to get a shit ton of... we're going to have a shit ton of minions out. We're going to be able to do like a full minion build. You hope it's okay, but I had to clip Gasterbait. It's totally fine. Death follows closer. I was like, they're like, screw you, Flack. Death follows even closer now. Whenever Vex takes damage while at low health, spawn a Reaper nearby. Bro, she's going to have 187 companions on the battlefield. What is happening right now? Death needs to learn. I need space. Exactly, Steam Gray. Thank you. All right, capstones. Dark Pact. Vex can equip 2 augments. Oh, and gains the ability to use Dark Pact. Dark Pact. Press and hold LB to fully restore health of all active face clones, as well as granting increased movement speed and minion attack speed for a duration. Phase clones do not lose health over time while Dark Pact is active, and health loss is reset when Dark Pact ends. Minion movement speed multipliers 30%. Their attack speed multipliers 30%. It lasts for 12 seconds. The cooldown's 42 seconds. Good lord, man. You can equip 2 augments too. 2 augments is pretty great. All right. So then we have our capstone passive, which is Diner. I guess. I don't know.
Use the fish for cover.
Dead Ringer gains an additional charge. Wait, which one was Dead Ringer? I forget which one was Dead Ringer. Henry Grossmont, thank you for giving out the sub to Silver Side 92. Appreciate you. Oh, wait, Dead Ringer is just where you can spawn your clones. So you would be able to spawn an extra clone. That's nice. Okay, never mind. I get it. Yeah, it's the action skill. Yeah, thank you. Our Specs now throws 5 phase daggers from both hands in a fan pattern. Bro. Okay. Killing an enemy now only refunds 33% of phase daggers cooldown. Okay. All right. But still, that's a lot. You're going to get a lot of dagger damage out of that. All right. And then Grim Reaper. Press and hold LB to spawn a Grim Reaper that drains nearby enemies, dealing status effect damage over time and restoring health for each drained enemy. When an enemy dies while being drained, there is a chance a new Reaper will be spawned. It's a 33% chance. Wait. So every time an enemy dies while being drained, there's a chance a new Reaper will be spawned. Oh my god, bro. Wow. Okay. Next. Burnt Offering. Vex gains increased incendiary damage and incendiary status effect damage. You can put 5 points in that one. That's a pretty good boost there. Looks so generic. Borderlands is the original shooter looter, and now it looks generic. You're not even saying it right. It's the looter shooter, bro. Gameplay footage from all content creators looks great and better than those shown by the devs a couple of months ago, but for fuck's sake, I can't win with the shitty HUD and the shitty menus. I think this looks fine. I don't know. I think this looks fine, dude. But I'm with you on the inventory menu. The inventory menu I do think's pretty bad. And I'm hoping that they change that. Heirloom, Capstone, Spectres gain a copy of Vex's currently equipped gun for a duration. That's the one we've been looking for. Only one Spectre can have copied gun. Ooh. And spawning a new Spectre will remove the copied gun from the previous one. Put it on the new one. Copied gun damage multiplier is negative 25% though. Dang, that's not as good as I was hoping it would be, but it might still be really good. I don't know. It's going to depend on what gun we can put on it. You know what I mean? It's going to depend on the guns that we can, that we end up with. And then we got Necrosis. You gain increased corrosive damage, corrosive stat effect damage. Okay. All right, next. All right, hold on. Wait. So we're at 242. And let it go back up to the top here. I want to. Yeah, that's face familiar. We did that one, right? Oh, you can press LB to teleport trouble? Oh, crap. I didn't even know that. Trouble transforms into a badass, fully restoring health. And wow, okay. Shoot, I wasn't even paying attention to that. All right. So then we have Incarnate. That's the phase explosion, dealing damage and restoring her health. Okay. All right. Did we do all the trees? Oh, Dead Ringer. Okay. All right. So yeah, no, we hadn't done this one. This is the green tree, right? This one's Incarnate, right? Dude, there's some crazy looking symbols on this tree. All right. This one's Grave Sites. Kill skill. Vex gains increased critical hit damage, weapon handling. All right, then we got an attune skill, leeching attunement. While Vex is attuned to kinetic, she gains increased lifesteal and reload speed. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched. So is lifesteal directly from your gun? So if she equips a non-elemental gun and shoots enemies, she steals health? Am I understanding that correctly? Skill tree names are in the top right corner. Oh, okay, so this is Vexcalation. Is that what it is? Okay. Thank you. How was the animation time for doing menu actions? Can you still menu really quickly, or does it take longer in Borderlands 4? It seemed like it was pretty quick to me. I don't know. Yeah, kinetic is non-elemental. And yeah, like physical damage or explosive damage from previous games, but without the splash. Yeah. All right. So that's pretty good. It also increased your reload speed, which is nice. And it looks like we can put 5 points into that. So that you can get some pretty crazy life steal there. Volatile Essence Vex gains increased splash damage. Double this effect whenever an action skill is active. So it's going to be 7% when you have an active action skill just with a single point in this thing. So it'd be interesting to see how high you can get that splash damage. And that's a tier 1 skill. A tier 1 skill with splash damage. That could be nutty. Also a tier 1 skill for the lifesteal, dude. Like, she's got some crazy tier 1 skill stuff going on in this tree. All right, then we got Guns and Needles kill skill. Restore rep kit cooldown by a percentage. Rep kit cooldown would be great because that's going to give you the ability to heal and also to do like the overshield stuff too. All right, Fiendish Invigoration. Whenever Vex uses a rep kit, she and her minions gain increased movement speed and fire rate for a short duration. Nice. Geist Wave, and this is an augment. Instead of causing a phase explosion, Vex launches a Geist Wave, dealing ordnance damage to all enemies it passes through. Whoa. Okay. Nice. Bloodletter. Gun and skill critical hits have a chance to apply bleed, causing kinetic status effect damage over time for a duration. Bleed is affected by status effect application chance and is considered a status effect. Whoa. Okay, hold up. What now? 20 stacks. Lasts for 4 seconds. With a single point in there, it's 9% of gun damage per second. Ah, okay, that could be interesting. Energy Vampire. Vex deals status effect damage to nearby enemies over time, gains an overshield for each enemy affected. Kill skill. Killing an enemy while incarnated is active will grant a stack of Energy Vampire, increasing status effect damage. Stacks are lost when an incarnate ends. All right. What characters should you pick for Borderlands 4? We don't know yet. Grave Implements. Kill skill. Vex and her minions gain increased gun damage for a duration. Target Prescience. Vex's gun damage and critical hit chance against. Oh, wait. Vex's gun damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. Didn't she have another skill that also gave her the ability to possibly crit on any part of the body? So it looks like maybe at most is a 15%. And I think she had, yeah, it's basically like flag. And I think the other one was like 25%. if I remember right. Grave Power. Vex's kill skills gain increased max stacks. Wow. Okay. So you can add potentially 3 extra max stacks to all of her kill skills. And I guess this would be all of her kill skills at the same time. The other skill was for pets. Okay, thank you, Don. Yeah, Don pointed out that the other all criticals against all body parts was for pets only. Okay. Material components. Vex gains increased kinetic damage and kinetic status effect damage. Nice. Channeling. Vex gains increased action skill duration and attunement duration. Radiant attunement. Attune skill while Vex is attuned to radiation. Radiation's back. She gains increased splash damage and maximum shield capacity. Effects persist for a duration after attunement is switched at 6 seconds, just like all the other ones were. Splash damage 6%. It looks like at maximum that would be probably 30%. Then your maximum shield capacity possibly up to 40%. Depends on how that stacks. But 30% extra splash damage while holding radiation. And radiation's already going to do crazy damage too, right? Could be interesting. Iron Maiden is an augment. Phase explosion and Eldritch Blast restores shield for each enemy hit and deal increased damage based on Vex's current shield. So it's based on your shield capacity. Increased damage 15% of maximum shield capacity. Huh. All right. Interesting. Conjunction. This is a passive. Vex gains increased gun damage. The more full her shield and gains damage reduction, the less full her health. Huh. Huh. Alright. Drink full. Whenever Vex deals gun damage, gain a stack of drink full, increasing fire rate. Stacks of drink full are lost if new stack has not been gained for a duration. The duration is 5 seconds. You got 5 seconds to stack this one too. This one's 12% per stack, and you're gonna have 5 points in this, so 5 times 0.12. I don't know. But you can stack it 50 times. Damn, that's gonna be a lot right there. 0.6. Be 0.6 at max, so that's per stack, dude. Was that times 50 stacks? I don't know. I can't do math. All right, and then we got Witchy Trigger Finger. It's 30% with max. Nice. Dealing damage with Eldritch Blast or Phase Explosion will reload all of X's current guns, or will just reload her current gun and grant a stack of Witchy Trigger Finger, increasing gun damage for a duration. Nice. Okay, cool. Stacks. You can get 3 stacks of that. 15% per stack, so 45% gun damage. Nice. Keen Mind. Vex's skill damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. There it is again. Now this one's your skill damage gains critical hit chance against any part of enemies. Your skill damage. Huh. Okay. We got Grave Vitality. Kill skill. Vex gains increased maximum health capacity, health regeneration. Maximum health capacity 1% per stack. Health regeneration 0.1 per stack. Duration's 20 seconds and you get 10 stacks. Grave Harvest is an augment. Kill skill. Killing an enemy while incarnate is active will spawn a soul orb that deals status effect damage over time to nearby enemies for a duration. You detonate your soul orb at range by pressing X, dealing ordnance damage to nearby enemies. Picking up a soul orb will restore health and action skill duration. Wow. Okay. Health restored 35%. Kill skill. Killing an enemy while incarnate is active. So, wow. Okay, that's nice. Heck yeah, dude. It'd be a great way to heal. Vex gains increased skill to actually hold on. Let me go back for a second. 3.34. Okay, hold on. What's before that? this one, right? No, it's not that one. Maximum health capacity, health regeneration. It's this one right here, right? Yeah, here we go. Okay. Okay, so here's what my thought process is. This is why I wanted to go back to this. So let's say you kill like 5 enemies with our incarnate, right? It's gonna spawn these soul orbs. You can detonate the soul orbs by pressing X, or you can go pick them up and restore health. Now, it doesn't say that you have to pick up the soul orb while incarnate is active in order to get the health. So you could leave them laying on the ground and wait till you need them, then pick them up as you need them to restore 35% health. That's my thought process on that. Ars Arcana, Vex gains increased skill damage, just a flat skill damage increaser. Essence Leech gains lifesteal, some more lifesteal, double the effect when your action skill is active. Bloodshot, whenever Vex uses a repair kit, her next gunshot will become a bloodshot, converting damage dealt into kinetic damage and dealing bonus damage based on her current health. Wow. Oh, thank you, mods. Which streamer said it had bad performance? You need to watch those videos. I haven't seen any like real bad performance, honestly. Keen Mind is kind of nasty with all the minions being able to crit. Yeah, there's a lot of things that when paired with the minions. Epic and NG said they had bad performance. Yeah, I think Epic had screen tearing when he played. I didn't see any screen tearing myself, but might have been some bad optimization on the PC he played on. We were at different events. A Deeper Grave, Vex's kill skills gain increased duration. Nice. Grave Elements, kill skill Vex and her minions gain elemental damage for a duration. Elemental damage 8% or 0.8% per stack. Mortal Terror, chance to trigger kill skills when critically hitting enemies. That's actually really good too, because we had those trigger crits on any part of the body kind of thing. Plus that would be pretty nice. Phase Pocket, Vex gains Vex gains increased magazine size and weapon switch speed. Double this effect when an action skill is active. So your mag size would be 16%. Looks like you can times 3, so maybe 24, so maybe 48% mag size. That'd be pretty crazy. All right, we got Full Moon. Vex gains action skill cooldown rate and ordnance cooldown rate based on the fullness of her shield. Action skill cooldown rate 6% at full shield. Ordnance cooldown rate 6% at full shield. And we get 5 points in that skill too. Restorative Tonic. Whenever Vex uses a rep kit, she gains shield regen for a duration. Nice. More radiation stuff. Dreadlight. Whenever Vex deals gun damage, there's a chance to spawn a radioactive hazard, dealing radiation damage over time. Then we got Havoc. Vex gains increased radiation damage and radiation status effect damage. Cool. Capstone, Desecration, Phase Explosion, and Eldritch Blast create hazards, dealing damage over time for a duration. Eldritch Blast is now homing. If it hits an airborne enemy, it bursts after a delay, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Yeah, I don't like that one that much. All right, Vibe Check, Capstone, Eldritch Blast is now a charge skill. You get 3 charges. Activating the blast consumes all charges to ricochet on hitting an enemy for each charge consumed. The cooldown and reduction from gun damage is doubled. Another passive, Strike Me Down. Whenever Vex would enter Fight for Your Life, she immediately gets a second wind. There's our first one of those. That's the first one of those right there. All right, so whenever Vex would enter Fight for Your Life, she immediately gets a second wind, becomes invisible for a duration, and causes a phase explosion. Dang. So your invisibility is only 4 seconds there. She has that 8-second invisibility on that other skill. The phase explosion damage is pretty wild. The cooldown is the 2 minutes, dude. That is a long cooldown. That's a long cooldown, but you do get that free second wind. All right, then we got Heart Piercer, Capstone, Eldritch Blast. Now sacrifices health on use, but becomes a piercing wave. Enemies hit take damage, and allies hit restore health. Gains bonus damage and healing based on sacrificial health. It no longer has a cooldown. Wow. Health sacrifice 20% of current health. Damage slash health restored 78. Bonus damage slash healing 150%. Wow. Okay. So you could use this capstone. And as long as you're healing, you could just keep using this capstone. Isn't that crazy? All right. And then you got blood is power, a passive skill down here. You gain bonus kinetic damage with guns based on lifesteal when her health is full. Wow. Okay. Jeez, dude. All right, cool. All right. Dang. Wasn't Avatar similar? I don't remember. How was difficulty for you? Felt good. It felt good, guys. It felt good. Brian, man, thank you for the follow. Frankie, thank you for the follow. Everybody that's followed today, appreciate that. Wait, lifesteal is now a damage boost? Yeah. Latest stream, what are the pros and cons so far in your opinion? Here, I'll just play the video for you. How about that? Oh, we had to watch ads though.
Great ideas can come from anywhere. With Wix, you decide where they go.
Thanks, Wix.
Put your ideas into play.
I played Borderlands 4 early and well, I liked it, but let me start with a big thanks to 2K for sponsoring this video and literally asking for my honest thoughts on this. I'll start with some positives, then I'll dive into the negatives, all of which I was able to directly tell the developers immediately after completing my play session. So they know and they say that they're working on things. Now, I played Vex first, but I was stuck using an Xbox controller. I'm not really familiar or comfortable using those. I'm not used to having a D-pad below my left thumbstick. I'm used to having it above my left thumbstick. So it's important for you to know that some of this early gameplay is me just fumbling on the controller trying to figure things out. And the location of that D-pad is really important for one of my negatives for later. Now, eventually they did bring me a PlayStation controller. They didn't have to do that, and I didn't really ask for that, but I'm glad that they did, and that made a world of difference for me. So big shout out to the folks at 2K who went out of their way to not only find a PlayStation controller for me to use and then plugged it in so I actually could use it. Now, let me just say, Vex is fun. And the gameplay is so much fun that I literally forgot to use my action skill for a good chunk of my footage at the beginning. I'll have a separate video about both her and Rafa's skill trees and potential synergies that I think could be amazing coming up. Now, next, the movement felt amazing. Gliding is smooth and it becomes second nature extremely fast. Grappling is great, but it did take me a little bit longer to adapt to because that's stuck on my melee key. So I'm used to only pushing melee when I want to punch an enemy in the face. It takes a little while for you to kind of get the feel of like, oh, okay, I can grapple that. And then you know, it just becomes second nature as well. You can also grapple some objects in the surroundings and then throw them at enemies. I nailed a double kill with this one and it felt amazing. I got to swim a couple times. I didn't see any options to dive underwater, so I don't think there'll be any like underwater exploration, maybe in a future game or something, but it is nice to like be able to touch water and not just instantly die. Also, I didn't see any negative effects to swimming other than you can't shoot and you're largely defenseless, but I did notice that if you jump up out of the water, you pull out your gun. You can also grapple directly out of the water, so that's beneficial too. Now, later on in my gameplay, I found a throwing knife and I fell in love. Hitting a lesser mob in the head with a throwing knife almost always led to a kill, and it reminded me a lot of the Borderlands 2 fastball grenade. It rewards you for being accurate, and the punishment for missing it is the cooldown on your ordnance. It's a fair and fun balance in my opinion, and more about ordnance in just a moment. The mission flow felt good. I finished the story mission, I killed the boss, I had some great dialogue that fans of Borderlands 2's humor will like probably. It's enjoyable basic mini boss type stuff. Rest assured, I actually encountered this boss again as a random world boss it seems, so here's his footage of that. As far as the open world goes, there was plenty to see and do. Exploration is literally rewarding as you're going to find vault symbols. Yes, those are back, echo logs, and other interesting things. I encountered a mission where I was beamed up into a spaceship and I was instructed to essentially just break everything, but this was also inside of an area where enemies were tougher than expected, so I died without successfully completing the challenge. Echo 4 is a nice way to just pull up a direct path for the current current mission or objective. I'm not a big fan of like just saying draw me a line to where I need to go, but at the same time I can appreciate that that will be extremely helpful for a lot of people, because with this being open world, it's going to be easy to get off your beaten path and then be like, oh crap, where am I supposed to go? The customization is deep. You can customize your Vault Hunter with multiple body types. Again, so far there's only 2, it looks like, at launch. There are loads of head options to choose from, lots of skins. You can even customize the look of your Echo 4. SDUs are purchased on the menu, and you use whatever this currency is right here in order to level these up. There's pros and cons to this system, but it does keep you from abusing the lost loot machine from a previous playthrough to just buy all the upgrades on a new character. Speaking of lost loot, the lost loot machine is returning, and that's a positive thing. With the skill trees being deeper than ever, I think it would benefit the game massively to let players respec for free from anywhere. Now, time really got away from me, which is a good sign for the fun factor of the gameplay. My time in each section just absolutely flew by. Now, ordnance is grenades or launchers / heavy style weapons. It's one or the other, never both simultaneously. Now, I'm kind of like on the fence about this, but I'm not really a launchers or grenade kind of player, so for me it's good either way. And I love throwing knives. I have a feeling that some people will love this change and others will hate it. Now, the group of people that I played with was pretty unconcerned about the change. Most of them actually liked it once they got used to it. But no more launchers, only allegiance, not without being super slow and painful. There is a cooldown anytime you use up your ordnance, so keep that in mind. I think it's like 20 seconds between being able to use ordnance again, so that's going to make doing a launcher only playthrough really slow. Some other positives real quick: the item synergy in this game is going to be crazy fun. I actually like the heads up display that's on the main screen. However, I'm not a big fan of the inventory menu. Having the XP bar go around your level is nice, and it takes up a lot less of the screen. We're definitely in cutscenes wearing whatever we've put on our character, so that's a nice addition as well. It feels like you're part of the story this way. And once again, just like in previous games, anytime you level up, you get a damage bonus for a short time, so that's nice. Now for the negatives. And listen, we were on a build that was already nearly a month old. Some of my issues might have already been addressed by the time this video goes live, but it's important that the developers also hear from you guys about your concerns. So if anything that I say or show you here is of concern to you, then please speak up. Leave a comment here, tag Gearbox on Twitter, but please always be respectful in your critiques and give them actionable feedback. Saying I hate blah 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 is pointless. Say you can improve blah 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 by tweaking XYZ or something like that. You know what I mean? As an example, I'm not
Big retailers don't want you to have
commercials.
the zoom lens, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. So there's this new super powerful monocular, and it's got...
I'm not a big fan of the compass, as you guys might have heard. Overlapping information is too cluttered, and it's too small at the top of your screen to be valuable in high-paced combat. So that's pointless to me. A solution would be simply adding the option for a mini-map that players can toggle on if they want it, or toggle it off if you don't want it. In heavy combat, I shot non-player characters, and I had trouble identifying enemies quickly. The fog of war is real. And the compass, Joel shot this NPC more than once. This is a friendly. There's little to no help in combat. If anything, it's demonstrably worse for combat in every conceivable way. This isn't just my take on this, by the way. Literally every creator there that I talked to said the exact same thing after their play session. Some of them even came to me and said, dude, seriously, Jules, did he owe you money? You're right. Not having a mini map is rough. Randy Pitchford had said, play the game, not the mini map. But while trying to follow mission objectives using the compass, I found myself just playing the compass several times, trying to stay headed in the right direction. I ran into obstacles because I was trying to make sure I kept the compass pointed in the right direction. Now, you can mitigate some of that by using the Echo 4, and it'll give you like a path, but then you're playing look at the line on the ground, and it's holding your hand. If you think gamers hated having yellow paint on ledges or ladders, wait till they complain about this totally optional thing. I like Echo 4. I see the value of that system. I'm just saying some people get mad about the dumbest stuff. I also found the compass actually marred my experience with navigating elevations as well. In the story mission we were on, I genuinely could not tell what way I was supposed to be going because the compass is a jumbled mess of overlapping information. At best, it just tells you if you're going in the straight line towards something. But if you're in a building building, which has hallways and twists and turns, the compass is very, very unhelpful. A smaller complaint, but one that kind of blows my mind, is they don't appear to have the auto sell rarities option in the settings. But there's a ton of settings, so it's entirely possible that I just missed it. They do, however, have pick up as trash, but that literally just picks up the item and marks it with the trash can icon, which allows you to then go to a vending machine and sell it. Why they didn't keep the auto sell rarities feature from Borderlands 3 that they added 6 years into the lifespan of the game is as baffling as the minimap stuff, frankly. It literally makes no sense to me to not include it. But again, this is an early build. It's possible that it's in the final release. God, I hope so. Speaking of removed features, no photo mode on the version that we played. Now, this one's extremely baffling. Photo mode is wildly popular with the Borderlands community so that they can see their character in their gear in various maps and locations. It was there at the launch of Borderlands 3, and it's possible that they'll have it by launch of Borderlands 4, but on this build, it was not in there. Something they absolutely have to address is how long it takes to respawn on death. You spend 7 seconds in the dying animation while Echo 4 looks over your dead body, then almost 6 seconds in the warp tunnel, and then another 7 seconds showing the animation of respawning. That's right, I read all that in the time it took me to respawn. Trying to use the rep kit with a controller is a little bit tricky, especially a controller that you don't like, so I constantly hit down on the D-pad when I needed to use a rep kit, which is left on the D-pad. You can adjust all these button layouts, but ultimately something has to go on the D-pad, and I'm not a fan of potentially dying because I accidentally swapped firing modes on my gun instead of healing. Here's some quick negatives to add into the other things. The modifiers system is kind of back in a way. Some of the badass enemies will have a feature on them that will show like a modifier beneath their name, and I count 24 modifiers at this point, and only one of them is remotely positive, and that's the experienced modifier, which appears to give you more XP when you kill that enemy, but I could be wrong about that. We need more time with the game to be sure. Ultimately, the positives for me far outweigh the negatives, but the negatives are things that should be addressed as soon as possible because they are substantial and potentially harmful for the overall sentiment of the community towards the game. Once you dive in and play, it's a ton of fun. My initial gut reaction, however, is of mild concern, and I hope that my concern doesn't fall on deaf ears. It can't be stated loudly enough that the removal of the minimap is absolutely detrimental to the overall experience. This isn't about me being right about the minimap. This is about Gearbox taking away a feature that is extremely valuable for combat and knowing your immediate surroundings and replacing it with a compass system that has too much information, often overlapping one another, never giving any indication of the enemies that just spawned in behind you. Sure, if you have quality headphones, maybe you can hear those spawns, but what about those people with hearing disabilities? So I enjoyed what I played. I didn't get to play anywhere near enough to have a solid opinion about the game, and I didn't have enough time to explore the openness of the world to my satisfaction. However, I still had fun, and I think that's important. We all had the opportunity to do co-op on this build as well. I want to let people know why there's no co-op footage. We had the opportunity to do co-op, but we weren't allowed to actually capture co-op gameplay, so most of us opted out of that in favor of obtaining as much footage as possible so we could share that with you guys. Speaking of footage, I want to thank Moxie, Jolts Dude, Birdman, Lil Gas Mask, Eruption Fang, Legacy Gaming, and Rest Assured for all teaming up to pool their footage with mine so we can give you guys the best range of footage possible given the limitations on time that we had. I linked all their channels in the video description below, so make sure you subscribe to them on YouTube. Just a few developmental tweaks. It's possible to fix these issues, and I hope that they make this the absolute best Borderlands game that we've ever had. You can now pre-order Borderlands 4 using the link in the video description below. Big thanks again to 2K for flying me out and to the Gearbox team for taking time to allow us to ask them questions and raise concerns to them directly right there on site. If you enjoyed this video, then hit subscribe. I cover all things Borderlands. You can expect a ton of Borderlands 4 content on here in the future. Thanks for watching, guys. Take care. All right, there you go. So, what everybody think? What everybody think? I feel like I was fair. I have criticisms about the game, obviously. Here's the video if you guys want to go watch it, if maybe you missed part of it or whatever. I think, again, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing the game, but I didn't have nearly enough time playing the game. Like, we got flown across the country. I'm in West Virginia. I got flown to San Francisco. and then I didn't get to play more than like 2 hours. You know what I mean? Like I had like, I don't remember exactly how much time, but it felt like it was less than 2 hours to play. And I'm like, dude, that's just not enough time to like really form an opinion. Like somebody earlier asked me here on stream, they're like, what would you rate this? I'm like, I can't rate it. I don't know what the story is. I don't know how all 4 characters feel. I only know how they feel at like level 5 to 10. You know what I mean? Like there's no chance that I can tell you like a rating for this game. I can tell you that I had fun with what I got to play, but I don't know yet. I do think that it seems very, very good. Yeah, my plane ride was much longer than my playtime. Yeah. And the worst part was like all the other guys got to hang out. I had to take a super early flight. Like I had to leave my hotel at 4 a.m. the next morning to make it to my flight so I could get back home. Because my son was still in school at that point. I had to get back home because, you know, it was wild. But now my son's done with school, so like I'll be able to travel a little bit easier and not have to stress over this stuff so much. Still not ordering Borderlands 4 until you see the story play out, especially after Borderlands 3. Totally fair. Hey, if you feel that way about story, totally fair, dude. Totally fair. I'm literally telling people, in my opinion, I don't think that you should pre-order unless you really feel that Gearbox has learned the lesson from Wonderlands with the PLCs. Then don't pre-order. The only things you get for pre-order bonuses right now is the skins. You know what I mean? Cam, yeah, I know the cam's off. I don't want it back on. Listen, could it be possible that autosell is a setting? Yes, that I think I mentioned that in the video actually, Don. I think that autosell, there is a possibility that it was somewhere in the settings and I just didn't see it. Let me see. I don't know if I show settings in this area or not. Let's see. I don't remember if I go through like settings on. Yeah, here we have some settings here. Let's just the menus were pretty deep. All right, so here we have, all right, there's advanced settings, audio, gameplay. So we need gameplay. I don't think I go into the gameplay. Oh wait, maybe I do. I go over the gameplay here, but I don't click on it. Or do I? Yeah, I do. Okay, all right. Sensor gore. Show map tutorials. Yeah, that's basic. So that's, yeah, there's hardly anything in there. It's possible that they were still adding things as well. You know what I mean? Also it could have been under controls, or there's accessibility, background opacity, that's for subtitles. Then there was an advanced tab, dialogue volume, cinematic movie volume. There's advanced controls. Let's see what else we show here. All right, so here's this is a controller. Is this while driving? Actually, no, this is usual here. All right, so you got your gadget, weapon, firing weapon, aim down sights, action skill, move, sprint, ping, echolocation. Oh, okay, so you can ping by pushing the button, and you can do echolocation by holding the button. You can change your weapon mode. You got your repair kit, summon your vehicle. Melee is also grapple. I don't know why it doesn't show melee / grapple. You would think that they would show both of those on there. Crouch, slide, dash, ground slam. Okay, so all right, so when you want to dash, you got to jump and then push B. I don't think I ever dashed. Now that I think about it, I don't think I dashed a single time. Huh. All right. But yeah, you can customize all your keybinds as well. And I didn't look at the mouse and keyboard stuff, but I'm sure you can customize that really well too. I was having trouble in the menus just like selecting things with the freaking Xbox controller. It felt very herky-jerky to like select things in the menus. So hopefully they tweak the UI stuff pretty well. How's Borderlands 4 been? Well, we were just showing footage from when I was in San Francisco, but when I was there, it was fun. I had a lot of fun on it. I don't know if I showed like other controls at some other point or not in here. I don't think I really like deep dived into the controls like I should have probably, huh? Yeah, that's a bummer. You got the... Oh, look, I had a golden key and I didn't use it. Son of a bitch. I didn't realize I had a golden key. I would have used it. Or is it saying... Oh, maybe I didn't have a golden key, actually. Maybe it's just saying how much it costs. I still want to know what this thing's about, man. That place capsule thing. I don't know what that thing's about. Hold on, let's see. Curious, did I put a point in something here? Ah, okay, hold on. Did you guys see it there? All right, let's go back. Okay, I didn't go far enough back. Dude, it's really hard to control the controls on this video player. I need a better video player, dude. So there's our respec skills. We respect, and then we go into the menu. Oh, hold on, check it out. So apparently I had a class mod on here that was giving me 2 out of 5 in this skill. I didn't realize that till just now. I bet the machine is a shift code thing to get keys and stuff. It says decrypt. It's near the gold chest. Maybe, you might be right. How was the performance? Everything felt fine to me, but we don't know what kind of machines we were on either. So for me, the reason I didn't bring up performance is like, I don't know if they're running like NASA supercomputers. You know what I mean? I have no idea what kind of computers they're running. So the performance felt fine to me, but Epic NNG and his thing, he said that the performance felt kind of iffy or whatever, right? I don't know. I haven't watched everybody else's videos yet. Confirm changes if no changes are made. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. So wait, what did I just do there? Hold on. So you got respec tree and respec all. Oh, okay. I see. All right, so if you respec all, that would reset all your skill trees, or you can respec just this tree. I see. So I chose respec. Okay, then that put us back to having no skills active. And then I think I end up putting 2 points in that skill right over here. So this time when we get over to that skill, okay. So it's saying that I'll get 3% by speccing 1 point in it. Yep, and then I got another. Okay, so whoever had said that was correct. So it was 3%, and then I got another 3% for speccing into it again. So I'd get another 3%, which put us to 9, and then another 3%, which put us to 12. So it would be 15% at 5 out of 5. Okay. Having the ability to respec certain points would be nice. It really would. Another thing that I had brought up to the developers was that I would have loved to see an option to respec from anywhere. Which game was it that you can do that? I don't think you can do that in Diablo, can you? I think you still have to go back to the hub area to respec in Diablo, don't you? But I would love to be able to respec from anywhere instead of having to go back to a hub. All right, cool. Well, I think I've shown everything that I have to show, honestly. Again, I didn't have that much. You guys can see this is an hour of footage right here. So yeah, I needed more time with the game, dude. You just need gold and then right click on a talent, if I recall correctly. Need gold and then right click. Oh, on Diablo? Really? Okay. Not on Diablo 4. Huh. All right. Yo, gamer, thank you for the follow. Again, guys, if you haven't already hit follow and you want to see footage this weekend from the event in Hollywood, I will be live this Saturday. Playing Borderlands 4. So again, hit that follow button. It's free. You were in meetings the majority of my stream. Can you do it all over again? Yeah. Okay, let's start over, guys. Just 1 second. You'll see me there. You're gonna be there, Steampunk Assassin, dude. I can't wait to see everybody that's gonna be there. I hope I get to meet a lot of cool people, dude. Did any legendaries drop for me? How's the drop rate? In normal mode, I didn't see any. Birdman got one from a vending machine. That was it. So they definitely at level, what are we at? Level 7? All the way up to like level 10, I didn't see any legendaries. I saw some blues and some purples. So I feel like that they've listened, and we should not probably see legendaries falling all over the place on normal mode. Birdman did get a complex route from a vending machine. So but he was the only one. He was the only one that got a legendary. And you know, there was quite a few of us playing, so the fact that none of the rest of us saw one feels like probably a good indicator that they are going to be more rare, but not astronomically rare like in Borderlands 2, I would say. Yeah, the complex route returning is pretty crazy, but it didn't have crazy visual pollution either, so thank goodness for that. Well, I'll be putting this up on my K62 channel so we can rewatch the VOD. Yes. Yeah, it'll also be here on Twitch. You can rewatch the VOD here on Twitch too. But yeah, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head out. I've got to get a lot of stuff ready. Tomorrow, me, Killer B, and Junior, we're all going to Hollywood. I had to, you know, 2K is paying for my trip to Hollywood, but I paid for Killer B and Junior to be able to join me. So we're going to have some fun on Friday while we're out there. We're going to go explore Hollywood a little bit. Go take a picture with the Hollywood sign. Go check out Amoeba Records. Get some food out there. You know, see the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Do some stuff like that. And then Saturday, I will be live streaming Borderlands 4. So again, if you guys have any questions that you guys want me to ask the developers, head over to my Discord channel. Just do !Discord in the chat. And then head over to my Discord channel. I have a section on there called Questions for Gearbox. What time? Don't know. I don't know. It's going to be Saturday afternoon, I would assume. I'm not sure if they've said what time yet. But yeah, feel free to leave questions. I will try to ask the developers and what time I have with them while I'm there. But yeah, so I won't be back on stream until probably Wednesday, maybe Thursday of next week. There's going to be a long break because after I get back from Hollywood, me and Junior hop in my car and we drive to Washington, D.C. because we're going to go see Godspeed You Black Emperor in concert. So that's his graduation present for me. He wanted to be able to see them in concert. Unfortunately, Killer B doesn't get to go with us because she has to work. But yeah, so I won't be back on stream until at the earliest Wednesday of next week, but most likely Thursday of next week. So it's going to be like a full week before you guys see me, essentially. And I apologize for that. But yeah, again, I will post this entire stream over onto my second channel. Here's the link for that. If you want to go subscribe to my second channel on YouTube, that's where I post like full stream archives. So you'll be able to see this entire, you know, day over there on that channel. But yeah, otherwise I'm going to edit the skill tree portions down and probably put those up on my main channel. And again, here is my opinion, my early, oops, here, let's try that again. Here's my opinion on my hands-on early experience there. If you want to check that out, I do have some concerns, but I will say that my experience was mostly positive. For the most part, I enjoyed what I got to play. Again, didn't get to play nearly enough. I didn't really get to tinker around too much with skills and stuff because they started us out on a low level character and some of the skill points were already spec'd. and we couldn't respec until we hit like level 7 or 8 or so when we got back to the hub area. And by then it was like, all right, well, you know, my time's almost already up at that point. But yeah, this was awesome. Can't wait to see more of the game soon. Thank you, Advised. I hope you guys enjoyed. All right. Snarky K6 early on was so good to see again. Dude, that guy that came in and wanted to spread hate instead of love, fuck those people, man. Listen, if you want to be negative about, you know, me or something like that, I don't really care. Like, it doesn't bother me. But when you're like slandering like an entire class or an entire like group of human beings, like I got no time for that, dude. I got no time for that kind of stuff. Just bugs the hell out of me. Like, I have family members that are LGBTQ, so like, and fuck all those people that want to just hate on people. I can't stand that. Oh, thank you, TQ Shadow. Appreciate that. All right, guys. So let's see who's live right now. Let's do it this way. I'll turn this off. We'll go here. Let's see who's live. If I can get my Windows key is not working right now for some reason. I think I broke my Windows key. Let's see who is live right now. We'll send you guys on a raid. Well, let's go drop in on Moxie. Moxie's breaking down the footage and stuff too. So you guys have fun with Moxie, and I'll see you guys over there. And again, I won't see you guys again until next Thursday. But I will be live. I will be live here on this channel this Saturday. But otherwise, you won't see me till Thursday. Okay? Does that make sense? I'll be live this Saturday from Hollywood playing Borderlands 4. So make sure you tune in for that. Make sure you hit the follow button. All right, y'all have fun with Moxie, and I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Let me hit raid, and then go boom, 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 boom. All right, bye, everybody. Bye, bye. Thanks for the follows. Thank you. Bye, guys. Bye. Bye. I love you. Bye.